Good morning, 5ers, traders, family. Hello, how are we all? Anastasiia, good to see you in sunny Spain. How you doing? We've managed to match. Look at that. We managed to match with White today. There you go. You tend to make you're making it look a little bit better than I did. Thanks. Mine's clearly not as white as yours. Mine is several years old. So
I think the overall background matches. So
it's working. It's working.
Team is back together.
The dream team is back together, guys. Listen.
We've missed you last week. How are you, Mike? Of course,
I am good. I am good. Thank you for asking. I am still on antibiotics, which reminds me I do need to take them this morning at some point. No, I am slowly on the mend. Whatever this horrible bug, virus, bacteria that's taken over Europe with sinus problems and all sorts. It's a nasty little thing, but I'm slowly on the mend. So it's all good. How about you? How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just keep being surprised. Now, last week it was you. This week it is Jonatan. How are you guys managing to get sick during June?
This is life of parenthood. This is what it is. You have young children, and they just bring disease and dirt and bacteria into your life, and you just catch everything. And they just carry on like they're running on some kind of Duracell bunny batteries, but we end up carrying the diseases that they bring home. So it's just the way it goes, unfortunately. Who have we got in the chat, guys? Let's see. We've got a whole bunch. We've got Rohit, we got Abderrahim, we've got Mark, we've got Paul, Akram's in with us, Jaya, Ole, just so many of you guys. Great to see you. Hope you are all doing well. We have got one hell of a stream for you guys today. We've got a whole army of people coming in, as we always do. So make sure you stick around for that. But first and foremost, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And I think it's fair to say that it's probably best to start the stream, Anastasiia, with understanding what it is that you're going to bring to the audience as the prize or the reward for them getting you all those likes that you got yesterday morning with my manipulation.
With your manipulation. Well, first of all, what was the amount of likes did you guys hit yesterday with LJ?
I don't remember. It was no. We got about 100. I think it was about 100. Yeah. All right. We didn't have anyone manipulating us, to try and get more, or we just have to do it on our own, So yeah. But Jonathan showed me the kind of equity curve that would make people cry. Right, where you just see it going up, and then it just falls off a cliff. And apparently that was the viewership when LJ and I came off stream. So I mean,
when you came off the stream.
When we came off the stream, that's right. Yeah.
The audience really liked you.
Apparently so. Apparently, me and LJ, I know you think you and I are the dream team. I don't know.
I don't know what LJ is in the comments, but I don't like you, LJ, anymore. I think we have competition here.
Akram's my beard is slowly coming back. Do you know, I shaved it, Akram. I shaved it, so I was starting to look a little bit like a homeless hobo, so I had to give it a bit of a shave. So yeah, you're absolutely right there, DZT. Anastasiia is the dream team. She is a one-woman dream team all on her own, showing the rest of us degenerates how to do it.
2 hours yesterday on was hard.
It was impressive. And I'm not going to take it personally about your comments about the strength scores. I'm just going to let that go, and I'm just going to say, all right, let's see how you're going to trade today, with or without the strength scores. So what are you looking at this morning?
The surprise. First of all, the surprise.
Oh yeah, of course, I forgot. Yeah. What's the surprise?
I don't know how to set a poll in the chat, so you might need to help me with that. Do you know how to do that?
We need Jonatan to do that.
in Jonatan.
He doesn't trust me with YouTube access. He's afraid I might ban him from the YouTube channel. So,
Okay,
Jonathan
we're
is gonna do it.
voting in the chat, and maybe later on when more people are going to come on, we're going to do it again. So I was thinking about, there are a lot of people that were asking about the volume profile or the footprint guides, and one I already posted in the LBL. Now, since we did it yesterday, more than 200 likes, 230, I'm ready to prepare the in-depth guide for you guys on how to use either the volume profile, okay, either another footprint guide, also entries, but for the overall analysis. So you guys can vote in the chat. Either it's going to be the volume profile or the footprint, and it's going to be posted in the ABL mic. So that's for you.
Thank you. Appreciate
for free, everyone, which wasn't yet anywhere released. It's going to be especially prepared for you guys depending on your request. So feel free to vote in the chat. Is it going to be the footprint or is it going to be the volume profile? Say it in the chat, whatever you prefer, whatever you need most for your analysis, because the questions keep coming every single time I'm on live. I'm not even able to follow up on all of those questions because there are too many of those. So this is your chance to get what you guys are asking about, right? Either one or another. So make sure that you do put your option that you prefer, preferable one in the chat. I see that Daniel is already saying footprint, and we have Tiago and the patient people saying volume profiles. When they say footprint, yeah, I know we need a poll, but we need Jonatan, and Jonatan is not here. So maybe
I'm walking through. I'm trying to type to him and tell you what I'm doing. So I'm messaging him right now to say we need a poll. Able walk through volume profile.
Yeah.
Or what was the other one? Sorry.
Right.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say again.
Footprint.
Our footprint.
Yep.
Volume profile or footprint. Okay, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Sworn adversaries, Anastasiia. Oh, here it's already starting. It's already starting.
Be careful, Bill. Be careful, Jay. You're playing with fire.
But you know what? Look at his little profile image. You see that? I don't know if you guys can see it there. I think it's there. That's telling you that this guy, he knows. You see, he Anastasiia, when you come into the chat on the YouTube live streams, right, and you have got me as your avatar, well then there you go. How is that? Look, it can't be me. It can't be me. LJ, stop trying to get me into trouble. All right. I can't be typing and pretending to be myself unless it's some kind of bot and I'm not that clever. So,
no, that guy with us on a small picture has a bigger beard than you, Mike. I don't think.
Yeah, see that's when I looked like a hobo. That was a couple of weeks ago when I had long hair and like a homeless man beard. Anyway, I would like to talk about gold if you don't mind, because I'm quite proud of myself this morning. Because look what I got. Look what I got. Oh, nice. Look at that. So two nice little trades. I'm just going to move this one that way because it got triggered a little bit later. But yeah, we were talking to LJ about the moves on gold. He was already in a long, and I was trying to find an opportunity as to where could I get in. LJ got in a really nice trade. He got in somewhere around here at 365 with a stop loss at 360. So I was looking at where could we see price kind of stall and see an entry come in. And I had two areas really ironed out as potential entries. The first one was this one here, this 5-minute engulfing candle that wasn't respected. It was smashed through. So I was then expecting to this suddenly become support instead of resistance. We then also had this area here. So it was a question of, right, are we going to see price come down from here, come down here and keep going down and retest this area, or is it going to bounce on up? And this is obviously on the 5-minute. So if we take it down to the 1 minute, what did it look like? Well, the 1 minute was then this setup here. So we were in and around this area here, and it was around about this time, and I said, right, okay, it'll either come down and retest this area, or it's just going to keep going and it will smash past here and off it will go. And that was why I had these two trade ideas. This is that area that I mentioned on the 5 minute. We then I then drilled down to the 1 minute, and I could see we had this nice candle here where price turned around, tried to create this bearish reversal because of this high, but then immediately within that 1 minute candle pushed on up. So for me, that created an area of interest within this wick. And sure enough, we then had this engulfing candle to the upside. So it was then a question of waiting to see, would price come and retest this wider zone? And so therefore I had my entry set here for it to go higher. Or was it going to simply just break this level here, this one, and go on up? And actually it did both. So 2 entries on here, as you can see. How far they're going to go, I'm not sure. The reason being is because we're coming into this wider zone that we've already reacted from a couple of times. So there is going to be a little bit of resistance on the lower time frames. But the way that the 5 minutes have pushed on up, they look encouraging. On the higher time frames, we have a lot of nice liquidity higher up. Yesterday was an inside bar. So the top and the bottom of yesterday are seen as major liquidity for me. I mean, LJ was looking at 405 as his take profit level, with initial levels at 390. So either way, these 2 trades could be very, very nice indeed. So we'll keep an eye on those throughout the stream and see how they play out. I'm going to try and keep an eye on them. I may close them on my MT5 just to secure some profits, but I'll leave these running so people can keep an eye on it and see if the idea plays out fully, or if we end up seeing a little bit more chop, because we do have, for example, I think it's this one here. Yeah, we do have this here on the 5 minute. We do have this inside this candle here with no wick. And we are leaving some more liquidity as we go up. So major liquidity here, for example, with another wickless candle. So it may not go all the way. So just need to keep a close eye on it and see how it plays out. But yeah, that's my gold, and I'm very proud of myself. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, Mike.
What else is happening in the chat? Let's have a look. Can you tell how you make best use of Alpha Beta Labs? Forex, Rusty. How can you make best use of Forex, of Alpha Beta Labs? Honestly, there is no one way, right? This is a community of traders, by traders, for traders, okay? And it's completely for free. So you don't have to pay a penny for this. We've got Anastasiia in there, which surely should be reason enough alone for you to join. But we have our kind of usual chat channels that you would find elsewhere. And then we also have the community contributions where people like Anastasiia are going in. Strategy Bank, I think you've got a couple in there, haven't you, Anastasiia? There we go. The 4 footprint setups for maximizing your profits. So you've got an entire outline there from Anastasiia on what to look out for in terms of her footprint charts. And then beyond that, we then have our own courses that we're building out within ABL. Now, this is just the start. We've only been going for a couple of months. We've got about 1,200 members, and there are huge plans for this. So this one here in particular, this one was launched 2 days ago. On Tuesday, we had the first module. I'll give you guys a sneak peek. There is 41 lessons in total on this thing, right? And I've only published these so far. Now, I actually got 15 likes, which I know isn't a lot, but ABL channel, we're a lot smaller than you guys here on the 5ers. But we did get 15 likes on our stream this morning. So I did promise the guys that I would start by publishing these modules. So you can see me doing it live. Okay, guys? Right now, I don't want you to go and do it this very second, but you will see that if you go into that course, you will see that those additional modules, those additional lessons within that second module are now available. So there are loads of ways for you to make the best use of ABL, Rusty. So make sure you get in and have a look. LJ, let's just say together we came up with the trade. All right. Let's not try and just take the shine off my entry. Your bias was good, and I just had the entry. Let's share the love. Let's share the kudos, right? So yeah.
So that entry is wow.
Imagine Dragons.
He's probably talking about the Dan Raymond. A deal?
I have no idea. I'm too old. I'm too old. I have no idea what's going on. Is that Lux Algo money flow indicator in your chart? There's no indicator on my chart. I haven't gotten. There is no indicator on my chart right now. Patient pip. And they are very lucky people. They are very lucky people indeed. Mike came up with a trade. Thank you, LJ. And yes, I'm calling you LJ because that's who you are. Imagine Dragons. I know who Imagine Dragons is, but I don't understand the reference to me.
I think he's referring to Dan.
What, that I look like him?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you shaved, I guess I can see the similarity somewhere after I did.
I would rather. I mean, it sounds probably more complimentary than the one that we were talking about the other day, where everyone said I look like Hugh Laurie from Doctor House, and that was something I've had for many years. So that's better. You're welcome, LJ. You're welcome. Themba, Pound Aussie. LJ in the chat will tell us whether Pound Aussie is going to be a sell or not, I think. But we'll see. Shubham, gold will reverse from here. Let's see. On the 1 minute, it's holding. No, sorry, not on the 1 minute. On the 3 minutes, holding. So let's see how it plays out. For now, it's holding up, and the reason for that is no, that's not a double top. But it's certainly pushing higher. So we'll see how that one holds. Anastasiia, what are you looking at today?
I am looking at NASDAQ. Yeah, you see the comment in the chat from Bruno?
Wait, what's doing there? Okay, I'm right. I'm gonna remove my chart, and I'm gonna go. Anastasiia, you talk for a minute. I'm gonna go look. Who is this guy? I need to judge whether this is an insult or a compliment I'm getting.
No, this is a compliment, Mike. Like, this is definitely a compliment.
I'll believe it when I see it. Anyway, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at NASDAQ. I was looking at Dan Reynolds actually, but right now I'm looking at NASDAQ. So yeah, actually someone in the chat was saying that someone was taking a sell based on my yesterday's level, but the thing about NASDAQ is that NASDAQ didn't reach the yesterday's here, Jaya. NASDAQ didn't reach the yesterday's sell level yet. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for a buy right now. So I'm looking for the sell from NASDAQ for 21,990, approximately 2,200. 1,000, 22,000. So yesterday the price did, maybe you mean this sell here, because I did have those two levels for a sell, this one and that one, but I didn't take the sell because we've been retesting the same level multiple times already. And now we did break this level, so we broke the previous highs. The previous highs at the same time were the point of control of this consolidation. So you see the high volume node right here from this consolidation that has been holding the price. And right now the price did go up. And retested it. So I am even taking a buy right now for NASDAQ. So Jaya, if you're looking for a sell, it might not be the best idea right now, at least based on my analysis. But here is a point of control of the previous consolidation. This is the previous highs, and this is the value area low from this range to the upside. So if I'm placing my volume profile, which I did from the lowest to the highest point right now, this is also the value area low, which the price is trying to break now, but never mind. I'm still gonna take the buy from here because it is a good level. So I'm looking for something like this to happen for NASDAQ. So let's see if it's gonna start pulling back up. I'm gonna consider long and taking the long. It's not doing yet. Let's wait for the candle to close. But definitely not yet a sell for me personally, because we've been trying to reject the same previous highs several times, the same point of control consolidation. The price kept pushing up, so the buyers kept pushing the price higher, which I don't think we're gonna go any lower from now. The other option is that we're gonna keep consolidating here in the channel until tomorrow's NFP, because tomorrow is Friday of the month. So on the other hand, my whole analysis can be wrong if the price does just continue to go in this channel.
And let's not forget, we do have some, well, we do have some relatively big news coming today. So we've got the ECB interest rate decision coming out in just under 3.5 hours. And we also then have Canadian balance of trade, less impactful, but we do still have jobless claims for the US. And we have the ECB press conference later on, which will give the context behind their interest rate decision. So that's going to be also some things just to keep an eye on whilst the markets play out. Who was it? Somebody said that the gold was going to reverse. Looks like it is on the 1 minute right now. Got to keep a close eye on that. I'd rather take 0.6% profit, I think, and then wait for another entry. So I've closed. Let me just quickly pull this up. So I've just closed just there. So that's my current close, and then I'll probably look for another re-entry. If we're going to carry on, I'll look for another entry. There could actually be one right now, but I don't like the look of it on the 1 minute, nor on the 7 minute. You see how it's reacted from this wick here? It's tapped into it. It's now wicking down. So the next area to maybe see a reaction from is somewhere like this, possibly into this wick, because right now and that's a nice engulfing candle on the 10 minute. So that might be a nice re-entry area. So we'll see, but still a nice trade on gold. I think shorts, anyone with Shubham, good luck to you, mate. Just don't get stopped out with your big capital account. The losses can hurt a lot more. So I hope you got your risk managed well. But good luck to you, my friend. Certainly for the time being, shorts look okay on the 1 minute. I'm not sure how far you're going to get with them, so we'll see. Anastasiia, what do you think about gold? You're going to tell me shorts, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right, that's okay.
The reason is that the short from the level I'm looking at happened here, and I was expecting the price to go slightly lower, but it did reach the zone ultimately, exactly where I had it yesterday. And now it seems like it's actually trying to break through, because if you look on the smaller time frame, the price action is that we had the rejection here, we had the rejection here, and this configuration looks like the one before the breakthrough, so the breakout. So it seems like this consolidation was a volume accumulation to accumulate enough money to break this zone here, and it seems like right now it's happening. I'm not sure if TradingView is gonna let me see that, but let's have a look at this. No, it doesn't. No. Now, usually this kind of breakouts also are at the same time as the increased volume, which is not happening right now, but if it would be, that would be another confirmation that for a buy from me, and I would probably take this trade. And right now I'm waiting for the candle. That's just closed. So it does look like a buy for me, because even 3-minute candle closed above the volumes. It's very close to the previous zone for me, but it does feel like a buy. So, for one time, I agree.
You say it so begrudgingly. It's like, all right, one time I'll agree with you, Mike. Okay.
It's to another guy in the chat, LJ.
Oh, okay. Oh dear. The patient Pip is asking, does the DAX follow US indices directions? I've never looked into it. I don't know. You probably know better than I do, Anastasiia. I believe it does, but not religiously. Is that right? Is that a fair answer?
Not that it does. The thing about it is that, well, macroeconomics called macroeconomics because it's all intertwined. So whatever is happening in US is going to affect Europe. Whatever is happening in Europe is going to affect US to a certain degree. And that's why if we have, for example, something happening in the US, the snowball effect that affects European indices as well. So you will see across multiple indices. You will see it with the DAX, you will see it with UK 100, you will see it with, for example, Spanish index, right? You're going to see it with even Asian, for example, indices. They are more or less, they go in the same direction with a different volatility, but it follows usually, which I wouldn't be using this as a reason to trade it though. Okay, so I wouldn't rely on that because sometimes it doesn't. Because some events that push the market do affect overall economic growth, like for example, Trump, right? All his tariffs affect everyone because what he is enforcing on one country can be reinforced in another one as well. On the other hand, though, some specific things don't affect other countries in the overall economy. Like, for example, interest rates do, because if European Union starts cutting rates or continue, well, in the beginning, if you go back, right, when the rates were high, European Union starting to cut rates was also affecting US indices because it was a sign that possibly US also go down that road and start cutting rates. Whether it's now is not necessarily anymore because Europe has been cutting rates already, whether the US has been holding them for different reasons. So it depends. I wouldn't be using that though as a signal. That's what you're trying to do. Meaning that if one goes up, you're trying to buy another one, That would be a dangerous road.
Yeah. So I've just got a message from Jonatan. So the poll is up, guys. So let me just check. On the stream, yeah, there it is. So what should Anna post in the ABL walkthrough? So do you guys want the volume profile or do you want the footprint chart? Okay, on the YouTube stream, head on over to YouTube, guys, and let us know, what should Anna be posting on the ABL walkthrough? Do you want her to be doing the volume profile or do you want to do the footprint chart? I know we all want her to do both, but she's a busy girl, and we can't get everything that we want. So we got to make a choice. All right. So we've got 110 of you who have voted so far. There's plenty more of you watching. I want you all to go in and smash that like button as well, please. Which is your preference, Anastasiia? I'm curious. Which one do you prefer using?
I use both. But the thing about this is that volume profile is overall analysis in the bias builder, and the zone definer for me, where the footprint is at the moment confirmation. When is it time to enter the trade? When is it time to stay away? So I always say that footprint is more refining the strategy that you already have, whether the volume profile is the system builder. So I'd say the volume profile probably is a better place to start. Whether it's footprint. For scalpers, for example, it can be the whole ready-to-go trading system without necessarily using.
Guys, do you see what she's done there, guys? She's basically gone around and said, you know what, they're both amazing, and you should really want both, but I'm only going to give you one of them. So good luck with whichever one you get. So personally, I think the volume profile is the one to go, and sure enough, that's what the people are going for. Most people are asking for the volume profile. We've got 70% of you asking for the volume profile, so it's a pretty clear leader at the moment in the poll with 118 votes so far. So yeah, but guys, make sure you smash that like button. We've got 57 likes so far. We want to get well above that today. Anastasiia on her own, with my encouragement yesterday, managed to get 230 likes in her first 2 hours, right? We can smash that today, right? Now that I'm here to help move things along here with you, surely it's just a matter of minutes before we hit 230, right? So so go smash that like button, guys. In the meantime, if you haven't noticed, if you haven't been into the dashboard lately on the 5ers dashboard, you won't have noticed that we are now running competitions at the 5ers. So there are weekly competitions with giveaways and prizes for the top 100 winners or the top 100 traders. So if you aren't part of that, then you guys, I'm telling you, you are missing out massively. So we're going to be right back after this as Jonathan explains a little bit more about it.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the 5ers hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
I mean, what more could you want?
Explaining this kind of things.
Sorry?
He's so good in explaining this kind of things.
I know.
Of him explaining it is like, you can't do it better than him, to be honest.
I know, he's so annoying, isn't he? You know, he's so good at all these things. Oh, thank God. I wonder if he's watching right now. He's normally watching right now, so his ego's like going through the roof, and he's like, yeah, I know, I'm really good at this. Yeah, you see, Mike. So, yeah. Or he's in a meeting, we'll see. You know, occasionally he watches in the background because he just, you know, it's a bit weird sometimes. He's like, I was watching in the shower. I was like, no thanks, Jonathan. I don't want to know that. But anyway, will we be giving signals for gold? Sakaria asks. Two things here. Sakaria, we already looked at gold, and we are looking at buy re-entries. So this was the trade idea that's still running. I've actually closed it at this level here. So in fact, probably what I'll do is I will make this more realistic so you guys can see it. So I closed it there, and there we have it there. And basically looking for re-entries. So at the moment, you can see it's pulling back quite nicely. It has broken this area, suggesting that longs are still in play, but it has pulled down for the time being. So we've had this big engulfing candle pushing down to the downside. So next area that I would be interested in getting in is this one here. I feel like that's a nice area for more buyers to get in again. It's a nice little structure. It starts off with a wickless candle, and you've got this wick down here. So that would be a nice area to get in on. Having said that, we have got an inside bar here, so that's also major liquidity for us to potentially come and retest. And as I said earlier, there is also this wickless candle just below the start of this move. And given the fact that we do have quite a bit of news coming in today and tomorrow, we've got to we've got to just be cautious of things moving around. Let's also not forget that at any given time, Donald Trump can wake up in the middle of the night, his time, and suddenly tweet something random. Putin can decide to do something stupid. Kim Jong-un can decide to do something stupid. Anything can happen to suddenly spike gold as well. So gold in particular, you've got to be careful of. All the markets will move on big news, but gold in particular is very, very prone to these things. And sorry, the other thing I was going to say was we don't give signals. Look at signals. Signals is bad. Yeah. Don't want signals. Signals is not the way to trade. You know, find your own signals, and then you don't need to worry about it. Henry, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. Venetius, good to see you too. Maybe you've been already posting in the chat. Apologies if I didn't see you earlier. Good to see you, my friend. Always a pleasure to see you. So yeah, what have you got on your chart? Did you change it? You back to the NAS, Anastasiia?
NASDAQ still waiting for it because it did break the previous value area low, and I'm waiting if it can go higher. Then re-enter it, because while I was explaining it, it did break. So luckily for me, and it's still trying to hold the zone. So I don't particularly like it for now. But if it's gonna close back above the value area low, I might consider entering for a buy. Now,
Yep.
gold I just bought again. Again, yesterday I was selling it. Now we were buying it, so now I bought it because it closed above the volumes. It did pull back. It rejected the volumes from the upside, and I'm seeing the potential of going to the upward higher. And I'm gonna be aiming for gold all the way until at least 34.21. So to renew the previous highs from June 3rd.
I just want to be clear. LJ, did you hear that? She's agreeing with us on gold here. Just I know this is going to be painful for her that she's agreeing with us on something. But there you go. She's on our page when it comes to gold. I do believe that gold is also buys. I'm just not seeing. Those of you who've watched for a while will know that my entries are ridiculously tight stop losses of like 1 pip sometimes, and when they come off, they're brilliant. I'm not seeing anything at the moment on the 1 minute that I think is particularly clean. If anything, I'm actually thinking of a sell on the 1 minute right now when it gets to the current highs. To see it then pull back down to kind of 372, even to 370. We'll see. I think we're going to see a bit of chop this morning, which wouldn't be a surprise. Anastasiia, you'd want to pull up the Dow Jones for Giwu.
Absolutely. Let's see. This was S&P 500 yesterday. Let's have a look at the Dow. Dow had pretty much the same bias for me from yesterday. So I'm still looking for the price to reach 42,835. And I'm going to be selling Dow when it comes here. So the same for NASDAQ. I'm expecting the price to go all the way here. And then from 22,000, I'm looking for a sell. The same for Dow Jones. It is right now on the weekly point of control. It did break through it, trying to retest it now. If it can hold it, I think we're going to go higher immediately. But I'm not entering the trade yet because it's right where it was. So pretty much we are consolidating just with an expanded range from yesterday. But for the rest, nothing changed. We're at the same level as we did from literally 24 hours ago on the previous stream. And the most interesting two zones for me for Dow is either we are reaching 42,840 here, and then I'm looking for confirmations for a sell. That's from the last week already. I'm trying to sell it here. It didn't reach the zone yet. Or we're going back to, let's say, 42,220 to 42,150, and then looking for a buy from here. So this kind of two situations I'm actually looking for Dow. But I'm only going to be trading it from here or here. I don't see the point of trying to buy it because NASDAQ, for example, looks much, much better if it does go up here. It has a much bigger potential of the move with a much higher risk to reward than I would get on Dow if I were trying to buy towards the sell level of 42,830, 840. So that is my plan for the Dow Jones still. We talked about it actually last week. He was saying that also looking for a sell for indices. I don't know if he's still on the same page or not.
Yeah, gold is pushing up higher, so that potential sell actually was negated, and it's heading on off. It hasn't come back down to test those areas that I was looking for it to test. We'll see. I still feel there's room for it to come back down, but ultimately it is being drawn towards the top of yesterday's high. I think it's a question whether it's going to just go for it right now or whether it's going to chop a little bit more before it does it. Generally speaking, it's broken out of the range that we had started earlier this morning, and we've broken out of it and pushed on higher from there. So let's see how that's going to play out. Haresh, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. Hamisi is asking about the S&P. So let's stick with the indices, shall we? And look at the S&P, because I know we haven't actually done that yet, Hamisi. So we'll do it rather than redo it.
Yeah. Well, I still didn't. It's still the same bias for me from Monday. I was buying it from on Monday, and I'm pretty proud of this entry as well because it came out to a nice 126, which I closed it at 124 here, but it did go higher, so my full ID played out finally. And since that moment, I was looking for a sell here, which I did, and then kept me on break even because it kept coming back. So the next sell for me is at 60.17, or if the price would break through all of this, and then potential sell towards the previous 5.940, or even lower around 5.920. So for indices, I'm really not looking to trade those. Besides maybe a buy on NASDAQ if it gets confirmed anytime soon today, because what I noticed about indices is that closer to NFP on the second half of Thursday, they usually get choppy, and there is something interesting happening. This is at least how it's been for quite a while right now. So I usually don't trade the second half of Thursday before NFP ever. Not even saying that about 90% of my trades are in the morning between 8 a.m. and like 11:30 a.m. in the mornings, and only 10 in the afternoon. But even those 10 get neglected right before NFP comes. So I'm very expecting much to see that the price is gonna go down here tomorrow, probably on NFP, and not today. Anytime soon.
Sorry, just slightly off topic. Alex, sounds a wee bit muffled. Is that better?
This is horrible.
Okay. Is that better?
No, that's horrible.
Is that better?
Why did you start changing it?
Because Alex is saying in the chat that it sounds a wee bit muffled. So
no, it was good before.
No, okay, all right, fair enough. Sorry, Alex, and Anastasiia doesn't agree, so I'm not touching it. Don't want to get on her bad side. Dog friend, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. Sarathi saying, I'm new to this forum and first day. Could you please show where to access your learning materials once again if you get a chance? So Sarathi, if you're talking about the 5ers, then you need to go to the5ers.com and create an account and sign up with them as a prop firm, and you can do that through their website. If you are talking about ABL content, so the Alpha Beta Lab, then all you need to do is go to the link on the screen right now and follow that, sign up. It is completely for free, and you will find all the content and all of the secret sauce from our wonderful community there. We've got about 1,200 people already in there, providing their insights, their thoughts, their trade ideas, and so on and so forth. So get on in there and check it out, and let us know what you think. Let's have a look. How are we doing on the likes? We are at 74 likes, Anastasiia. 74. I'm disappointed, guys. I'm disappointed. I was hoping that me being here was going to bring some more, but it seems that it's less. So I'm just going to do this, and then let's see if we can pump them up.
Oh, no way. You're not doing this to me again. This is the second week you're there leaving me alone on the likes. You better get back here.
How about this? If I just come in, like, do it this way, right? I can just be the voice in the background, right? So it's just like hello, right? Hello everyone, right? I'm just going to speak to you, Anastasiia, as if I'm the voice from beyond, okay? And then Anastasiia, you give us the insight and the juice and all the secret sauce. All right, we'll do it that way. All right, look, we're now at over 100 likes, right? Just by me doing that, it works. It works, right? This is how we need to do it.
This to me. I mean, I love you guys, but being alone for 2 hours weekly, that's been harsh.
Dog friend, that's mean. Honestly, the dog friend with his trolling of me is harsh. You know, this is the second time you've done that, me to dog friend, because I saw it yesterday as well. So yeah, but this is what I'm going to do, right? Look, I can do. This is going to be the mic magic, right, of random trades, okay, but Anastasiia is going to be the one that presents it, and then therefore it actually looks like, you know, I know what I'm talking about, okay. So so there you go. So I think that's a really good way of doing it. No,
that's
no.
much better.
Okay.
Now you
Right,
say.
okay. Well, we're now at 108 likes, so I'm not sure that's the right way to go. Jonathan's going to say, Mike, you've hit onto something here. Get off the screen. So we'll see. Yeah,
Look at gold.
I know. That's so annoying, annoying. And do you know what the entry for me, if I'd been really closely paying attention, the entry for me would have been this one here. You see that tap there? So you've got price, you've got this inside bar here, okay, and you've got also this wickless candle here. So there's still liquidity for it to come down and take. But what it did was it created this engulfing candle of this inside bar. Price came down, retested that wick, and shot up. So, I mean, I probably wouldn't have really gotten in. I mean, I might have gotten in somewhere maybe here if I was paying attention to it. But that would have been my trade idea. That would have been a really nice one. But alas, this is just the way it goes sometimes. But it certainly looks like, we were saying it earlier, that it was going to come for the high. That's the high from yesterday. It looks like it's going to come there. I can see it going to 390. Because what's your take profit at the moment, Anastasiia?
It's 34.21, but I'm looking at futures. Renewal of the previous highs.
Okay.
From the 3rd of June, I think.
Previous highs from the 3rd of June. So that would take us up to here on CFDs, which is 392. So roughly about the same area. And it's a nice area potentially for a reaction. So so we'll see. But that would have been a really nice trade. I don't know if it's going to keep going. That's the only thing. Sometimes when you have these, because it's the reason why I've got this marked out is if you look at it on the daily, you see how yesterday was an inside bar. So for me, that means that there's major liquidity hidden on either side of it because it's contracted down. The price hasn't gone above or below the previous highs or lows. So therefore, I see major liquidity on either side of it. Now, quite often when you have that, if you see here, look where we are on the 1 hour. What did we have on the 1 hour early this morning? We had an engulfing candle to the downside. So that engulfing to the downside creates this area of interest already. So if we break this zone, then it gives us added confidence that we are going to go for this high. But it's quite possible that we might stall before we get there, which is what we're doing right now. So that's why I drill down into the lower time frames just to try and understand where's the best opportunities. Dog friend, don't make me ban you or time you out. I will do it. And I know you guys love Anastasiia. I know you do. Haresh is saying have a look at silver. Let's have a look at silver. There we go. So it's going for that high. Yes, silver is really going for it as well. Crikey. Wow.
Gold is flying.
Gold is going for that high from yesterday if it's not already taken it. It's look at that. It's just thinking, and it's just taken it. There you go. So now the thing will be is whether we get a reaction pullback straight now or whether we keep going higher. I think we're probably going to keep going higher because the next thing is now trying to find where's the reaction zone. And I do have something marked out here. So let's see. Let me just make that a little bit darker. There we go. And let's see. What did I have marked out here on a lower time frame? So we have got something in and around here that has acted as a reaction zone in the past. There it is there. So this is possibly where we want to see price come to and look for a reaction. So see it come to this level and then look for a reversal down. Otherwise, look for one from here. There we go. My magnet's not working well today. There we go. In that area there. So one of those two areas is probably where I'd be looking. This one looks more promising, I would say. So let's see. What else have we got happening in chat? 2420 Tiago says on the futures. Yep, sounds good.
Gold is trying to take this high now. It's really good.
Michael saying gold sweeps the Asia high and goes short. I mean, it's already taken the Asia high. I'm assuming you're talking about the Asia high today, Michael, which was this one here. So yes, it's taken that, but it's also taken the high from yesterday as well. So now it's just a question of how much higher does it want to go before it pulls back down. So we'll see how that one plays out. Interesting. Henry saying I wouldn't go long gold just yet. Now that's an interesting comment there from Henry. Would you care to elaborate, Henry? Be very curious to know what you're thinking there. And Meg Alpine, nice show, but why do you gold, not GC? I thought you guys trade futures, if I'm not mistaken. So Meg, the 5ers is not the futures, as in it doesn't do the futures, but Anastasiia does use the futures for analytics and looking at it, because you get a centralized marketplace, right? But the 5ers themselves are CFDs, hence why I've got gold up because as a CFD, because that then corresponds to the prices that I would have on my MT5 for my 5ers account. So hopefully that answers your question. All right then, let's go have a look. I want to go back and have a look at the strength scores, because I know that this is something that you're really, you're a firm believer in, Anastasiia, and it's
I saying anything today, Mike.
Yeah, whatever. Strength scores yesterday. I know, right, Alex? I know. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
I'm just gonna do this.
Oh God, watch the viewership go down now. This is it. We're doomed now. But what we can do is we can now add you, and now they can't see you. So what we'll do is.
Oh, you're not leaving me with a currency strength meter.
So guys, this is the currency strength meter, and this is how I like to use it with my volume indicator and the footprint charts as well. Strength meter is a great way of adding this.
Yeah, sure.
So LJ hates this chart. LJ absolutely despises this chart, right? But I prefer it this way because it's nice and clean and clear. So I can see that yesterday we had a big divergence, most likely on Japanese yen versus the US dollar. Not currently, but yesterday. Okay. So I can then say to myself, right, okay, if yesterday the yen was really strong and the dollar was really weak, well then we might see a reverse to the mean. Same goes for something like Swiss franc US dollar, possibly pound Swiss dollar, or pound yen. Right, and so that's how I can, rather than trying to focus on just one asset and that's it. Because my strategy, I have found it works generally across all assets. If you're sitting and waiting, it can be quite frustrating. So if you're looking for alternative entries or alternative markets, if yours, let's say for example, you traditionally trade euro dollar, for example, euro Aussie, yesterday. Euro Aussie yesterday would have been right? It would have been horrible, right? Because you wouldn't have had any movement, because they cancel each other out. So the idea is if you look at the strength scores, you're more likely to find something to add to your basket. And that's what Gary Langley, Scruffy Trader, those of you who know Gary, an amazing trader, and he uses the strength scores. In fact, it was from him that I learnt the practice of doing it. So it's a nice way just to kind of get some ideas of what assets to take a look at on a given day. So with that in mind, Anastasiia, if you would humor me, would you do me a favor, right, and go and have a look at pound yen, and let's see if you can find anything of interest on pound yen that might play out today?
Pound yen, you're saying?
I haven't looked at this, by the way. I haven't looked at pound yen, so I don't know.
Why is nothing working? No clue. Even my indicators for the volume got broken when I pulled up the pound yen, which we usually don't trade. It's like, what? We never see this chart. What else is happening?
I've broken Anastasia's trading view. Sorry, guys. My apologies.
I'm gonna load it in a different window. That's I don't know what happened. Look at this. This works. Pound yen. Well, during the night it was good. This one was a good buy here. Now for the rest, I don't really see anything much, to be quite honest with you. Maybe a sell if it would get a little higher, which it didn't. How it's moving, I suppose we can keep stuck approximately at those levels, because the price has been rejecting it quite for a while, and I don't think it does look like we're gonna It doesn't look like we're gonna go any further, at least for a current moment. This is a zone good for longs, which it rejected already during the night. If it comes back here, it still seems quite strong and good for opportunity for a buy here. We have a huge high volume node. For the rest, don't really seem, to be honest, to anything on pound yen. Maybe if it pulls back to let's say 194, 193, 950.
Yeah.
Perhaps here. Somewhere, but also I would wait for confirmation, because how fast it moves to the upside without barely any rejection down, any pullback, nothing. There is no key level for me that I can hold on and say, hey, the price is going to move like pull back here and then to the upside. It looks like a straight line. So there is also equal chance for me that it's going to go back here, and here already I see the opportunity that if it goes back, there might be still a good reason to buy it, although it already respected in the morning. So this would be the safest, and this would be the high risk trade from me.
Interestingly, Henry's saying he's got a buy limit at 93997, which is exactly where you just marked out. Saying it's a long signal for him, entry at the 50% fib, a break and retest of a support. Zhao, it is a lagging chart. There's no denying that. But the point is that if you have one currency that's showing a huge amount of strength and another one that's showing a huge amount of weakness, then you have divergence. So therefore, the idea is that you have a lot of volatility yesterday within that. So the markets are always seeking equilibrium. So how do they get that equilibrium? Well, they bounce between the buyers and the sellers, right? So the idea is this: the strength meter doesn't say there is definitely going to be, for example, if I go back to it, the concept isn't right, yen is strong and dollar was weak yesterday, so therefore keep buying the yen against the dollar. And it also isn't saying yen was strong yesterday and dollar's weak, so sell the yen. The point is that it simply shows you where was there a lot of orders, where was there a lot of activity yesterday that was a significant divergence away from the usual averages. And so is there going to be a return, or is there going to be a continuation of that volatility, right? That's why I look at the strength scores, because they do tend to give you greater opportunities that you might not see otherwise. That's the concept. So it's not about looking at something because it's lagging, so it's no longer relevant. It's about saying, okay, there was some action here. Are things going to equalize themselves, or are they going to carry on? Is there going to be a continuation? So that's kind of the idea. There is a question about a potential buy being ready from Karol, Anastasiia, on NQ. Are you seeing that?
Still not yet, no. Because the price is still hanging where we talked about it, since this is body area low. It still didn't reach the lower volume node here. Yeah. So the price didn't reach this zone neither, and didn't break above this zone neither. So it's either like this for me, and here is a confirmation, and then for a buy, or the price breaks through, retest this, and then buy. And for a current moment, we are in the middle between those two zones. Didn't retest the previous one, didn't break the other one. So for me, it's not yet ready for longs. Not yet, at least. So this is what I'm looking for.
So, Zhao, going back to the strength scores, all I'm using this for is purely to say what was strong, what was weak yesterday. So I'm looking at this and I'm going to say, right, okay, yesterday, for example, the euro and the Aussie dollar really had nothing going on. So there's not really much to bounce around on. Think about it this way. You can either try and catch the trade before it happens, but you've then got to basically have some kind of insider knowledge, right? Or be a market maker yourself to move the market. Or you try and catch either a reversal or a re-entry on a pullback, right? Depending on what's happening. The idea is if you saw this, okay, all right, okay, I get it. The dog doesn't like my strength scores either. I get it. All right, fine. Okay. The strength score meter is purely just an overview of what may or may not happen, right? So it's saying that the yen and the dollar were strong and weak, respectively. So therefore, it's giving you an opportunity to think, okay, that's a pair that I might want to go and have a look at today. It's also saying the yen and the pound might be worth looking at, or the Swiss franc and the pound, or the Swiss franc and the dollar, because there was divergence, right? It isn't saying that there will be a reversal, and it isn't saying anything of what the trade is. All it is for me is an indication to say, okay, there was a divergence here. Let's go and have a look at the chart and see if there's an opportunity. That's all it is. It's almost like a filtering system to say, okay, there's 28 currency pairs and there's however many indices and current and crypto coins and commodities and everything else. You can get lost trying to find a trade opportunity. The way I look at it is, right, well, how can I drill down and find an opportunity on certain currency pairs? And that's why I use the strength scores. I hope that makes sense. So, and Cheyenne, we've mentioned this before. We don't do signals. Signals are bad. We don't like signals. Signals are bad. If you want signals, I'm sure you can find a Telegram channel that will give them to you and they'll charge you for it and you'll lose your money. Or you can hang around and maybe join the Alpha Beta Lab and you can make your own signals. So that's my suggestion. The dog wants to give me a signal. Abdullah, I don't know what the signal is from Anastasia's dog. What's the signal, Anastasia?
Buying gold.
Buying gold.
Yeah, keep buying gold.
Yeah, exactly.
4 entries on gold.
It has. Look at, interestingly though, see where it came and it tapped into that zone that I marked out. You see that? So still, I'm not sure that, I feel that there might be a pullback now. I feel like there might be a bit of a pullback. You know, we're coming up to this area here. We've already tapped into it. I think we're going to see a bit of a sell at the moment. Let's see. We've tapped into, if I take that off the screen, we've tapped in and we've taken this high, have we? Yes, we've taken that high. I'd like to see this most recent high now be taken, this one, and then to see a wick rejection down. All right, that's what I'm looking at, is to see, right, can we get a sell from this zone? I don't really like this current setup on the 1 minute. I'd like to see it sell off properly, but we might see a better setup elsewhere. Maybe on the 2 minute. The 2 minute created this inside bar, so it's taken this liquidity and this high. So maybe that is the signal. Maybe that is the move. It doesn't look clean enough to me, at least not yet anyway. So, but the 5 minute created this nice engulfing candle. So maybe what we now need is a retest of this area here. That one there. And see how that one plays out. Because we're in this wider, higher time frame zone on, I think it was on the 4 hour that I had it marked out. There we go, this one here. this engulfing candle that was not respected, but it still creates an area of interest for me. The other area of interest is this one up here on the 4 hour as well, which was then the subsequent engulfing candle that pushed down. So those are the two areas that I'd be looking at potentially for sells. This one's probably going to be a shorter term sell. I don't think it's going to pull all the way down. You might get a more stronger pull down on the sells on this one. So we'll see how it plays out. Do you know what? I'm Illy. I do love it when people say these things with such conviction. To say it's going directly to 3,400. Like, I know I am the market maker. I am going to make this happen. I no disrespect, Illy, but I find it so amusing when people just have such conviction that it's going one way or another.
I find it cute. You know, market usually humbles this kind of things very quickly.
You find it cute.
I just heard it.
It's a very strange definition of cute. I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe it as cute. But if that's what works for you, Anastasiia, then Illy, there you go.
Market humble when you are like so convinced that this is what is going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like the market feels it, and then the next moment destroyed. You know.
Your trader is asking, Anna, plotting volume profile. Do you do just the previous day's range? But I think you do across various ranges, don't you?
I do quite a lot of things actually with volume profile. I can put it on it's for example on the previous impulsive move, like what is happening with gold now. I can take the previous lows here and see how the volume was distributed across to the upside. So if I take it from the low to the high, it's going to tell me, okay, where are the most important volume zones? Where was the most important volume traded? For example, here is a value area high. The price did break it, so it's higher now, which is a good sign for the continuation for longs. And we see that the price pulled back towards the value area high and is now rejecting it. And the reason being is because of the amount of volume that is in the zone that is pushing the price now higher when it gets closer to the value area high. I can also put like a volume profile over the range, like you mentioned in the chat, right? So I can take the range, which is the flat market, right? And right here I have it already placed. So I see how the volume was distributed over the consolidation, and also marking up those zones allows me, for example, to take a sell like this, the one like I did yesterday. From here, because the price exited the range, pulled back to the value area low, and continued to the downside. At the same time, now if the price like broke this zone, I entered another trade because I knew that it broke the value area high of the previous range. I also do measure the volume from the previous day, week, and a month. So there are multiple things that I do. And by the way, we have a poll in the chat. I think it's still open if I'm not mistaken. Whichever guide in depth you guys want me to post the ABL, either on the volume profile or on the footprint, you can vote in the chat, whatever your preference is. And it's because yesterday we did hit more than 230, 240 likes over one stream. I'm not sure if Mike is with us on his camera. Oh, you are here. You are so focused that you didn't even move a bit.
I'm sorry. I'm watching gold like a hawk to see what it's doing, and it's just consolidating down into this kind of just this little cluster that you can see here. I'm just waiting to see if it's going to form an opportunity for a sell or not. So my apologies. It was just so therapeutic listening to you talk, Anastasiia, that I just got lost in the charts. So my sincere apologies. I am here with you. I'm not going anywhere.
And here he does it again.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Guys, I do need to clear my throat though, so we are going to be back right after this. If you haven't heard about the competitions that the Triver's doing every week, every Wednesday there's a new competition, and they're free to enter, and the top 100 traders are getting a prize. So if you haven't heard about these, then check these out.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the 5ers hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to I don't know why. I think I clicked the more sad music. Hang on a second. That's a little bit better. The other one, it felt like I was about to cry. Which I'm obviously not going to. But well, I may do if gold doesn't do something for me. But yeah, guys, every Wednesday the 5ers are doing a weekly competition where the top 100 traders are going to win a prize. So really, there's no reason for you not to go and check that out. So make sure you're part of that. We're currently sitting at 144 likes, which I kind of feel is a little bit poor, to be honest. I feel like you guys can do better, right? So when we did this last time, right, this helped. Okay, so if we try doing that, okay, let's see. All right, can we get, there we go, 146. All right, we're getting there. All right, keep going. All right, 150, right, keep going with the likes.
This is something that works. You found the hack.
I'm telling you. People don't need to see me. So this is what I've said this for a long time. I have a voice and a face for radio, right? Yeah, so there you go. That was a compliment and an insult at the same time, but thank you.
You do have a voice for radio. I mean, we already figured out that you look like the part of their Imagine Dragons group.
No, I don't see that at all. I'm sorry, I really don't see that at all. I'm definitely more Dr. House than Dan Reynolds or whatever his name is. Definitely, that's way off the mark. But I appreciate you guys for the compliment. You see, Trevor knows Mike FM. That's actually not a bad name for a radio station. It's probably already taken. But yeah. With you, we can focus on. I know exactly. I know. See, so it depends what you guys want, right? Do you want to focus on the charts and on the super insights from Anastasiia, or do you just want to have idiocy and silliness from me? That's the choice, basically. So it's kind of trying to find the balance between the two. But this works. We're 163 likes. There you go. So it works. This is we've cracked the YouTube algorithm. This is how it works. All right. So if you guys like it this way, keep liking the stream. If you don't, then I'll be back. That's how we'll do it.
I am just marking up all of my 4 entries in gold so far that I had. Here we go.
What she means, guys, is that she's now showing off all the entries that she got on gold.
I'm still holding it though, because I know you said that you're looking for the short reversal. I did have those 2 levels, 34.11 and 34.14, from which I was expecting gold to pull back, and it did pull back from this zone exactly, which is the developing point of control of the day from the previous high. So if you look backwards, we will see that right here was 2 volumes, developing point of control of the day here and the one here above. So this zone was was expected by me to hold the gold, and it did happen. Now I'm looking if it can finally break through this, and if it does, I'm gonna keep it until 34.21, and if it keeps pulling backwards, I'm gonna close it off. But right now we are above this high volume node. As long as we are above this as well, I'm gonna still try to hold gold a little bit longer.
Okay, so the where you've got 3414, do you feel like that is a strong resistance level, or do you feel like we could actually break past that?
3414.
Yeah,
I think we can break past that. I think it can. It's just a daily point of control. In the end of the day, it's not so significant at the higher one, and the price usually goes into the bigger volumes, and the bigger volume is definitely here. So it's supposed to be able to break through this, but let's see.
See, guys, this is why it works. I'm like the voice that asks the questions, right? And Anastasiia then just has to present the magic, right? So it is a bit like a radio podcast almost sort of thing. So I think this works quite well. This is good. This is good. Guys, we're at 169 likes. If we don't get to 200 in the next, what time is it? It's all right. I'm going to give you guys 50 seconds. No, actually, no, that's too little. 2 minutes, right? You've got 2 minutes to get us to 200 likes. Otherwise, I'm coming back on stream. That's the deal.
No. Let's come back on right now.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, right? And if you guys get to 200, we're going to stay like this. If we don't, then I'll be back. That's how we're going to work this. All right,
guys, please stop liking the stream.
177. There you go. I'm telling you, the guy.
No
this is
way.
what people want. This is what they want.
No way.
180.
This and don't put me alone on the streams.
180. I'm telling you. This is what the guys want. This is what.
That's how it looks.
Our audience prefers.
We told them to not do something. You guys do this.
You see, this is what Joe's selling it. Don't come back. There you go. See, you know, it feels good. Mike's voice and Anastasia's video. Thanks, Haresh. Appreciate it, mate.
Still waiting for NASDAQ. NASDAQ keeps rejecting my value area low here. So it didn't still give any confirmation. Either it gets here, and then maybe I'm gonna consider the long sale. And for someone was asking about pound dollar. Pound dollar has been horrible, to be honest with you, since yesterday. So I don't really see anything yet. I quite can't find the comments behind all your laughs and asking Mike back in the stream. Here we go.
They haven't hit. They've got 15 seconds left to hit the 200, and they've got 188. So it looks like they don't love you that much, Anastasiia, that they want to
thanks
to not bring me back.
So probably one of the only few times in my life when I'm saying, hey, thanks goodness someone doesn't like me that much.
But interesting. Talking about GU, right? Remember what I said on the strength charts, that pound and dollar were both weak yesterday. So therefore they cancelled each other out. Therefore, that's why it's a pile of poo and there's no opportunities.
I don't want to disappoint you, but it's been consolidating since last Friday, not since yesterday.
I can bring up the weekly chart, the weekly strength scores if you want, and we can look at whether they're weak on.
Yeah, but the question is it consolidating because of the strengths, or is your strengths meter showing that they are equal because it's consolidating? And I think it's the second one.
It's not about what the strength scores is showing. That's the thing. The strength scores don't show anything other than a potential opportunity to drill down and look at a currency pair. Otherwise, there's 28 currency pairs to go and look at. Who's got time to go and review 28 currency pairs?
I don't need to review 28 currency pairs to be profitable. You just need to trade one asset. No strength score needed.
Have you learned nothing about me yet? That I don't have the patience for such madness. That's crazy talk for me to just trade one asset pair. That's far. My attention span doesn't last that long. Somebody was asking about Bitcoin. DZT is asking about Bitcoin. I know this goes back to your origin story, Anastasiia, with the markets. And I know it's a dark corner of your history. But what are your thoughts at the moment on Bitcoin?
I haven't looked at it, to be honest with you. We can.
Well, there you go, Daisy T. There's the answer. It's not exciting enough for Anastasiia to have a look.
No, not really. I don't trade it, and whatever I hold, I don't really check it daily. So don't really. That's not the point of holding it. I think we're going higher, but again, I'm not an expert in crypto. Like there is so much stuff behind crypto that is like I'm not really feeling like I'm good enough I'm good enough in crypto to be asking me this question, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like based on technicals, it's going up. Crypto is a high risk asset. So if we are talking about the macroeconomics, then it shouldn't be going up right now, whether it is going up. So it's like, okay, there is much more to this, which I'm not familiar with. I'm not even going to pretend like I am.
Yeah, exactly. We need Dirk. Dirk is the crypto expert amongst us. Jonatan as well, to be fair. Jonatan is also a dab hand at a bit of Bitcoin as well. So
I'm going to give my opinion on this. Daniel, about the buys for swings. I have a very simple opinion on that. If Bitcoin is already above 105K and you didn't buy it earlier, why would you buy it now? If there are other cryptos that you can buy and they have much more potential of going up. You have the same exact risk in buying Bitcoin or, for example, buying Ethereum, but I would buy Ethereum than I would buy Bitcoin because mathematically the proportion of how many percent can gain the Ethereum compared to its current price is much more bigger than how Bitcoin can still gain the price. I mean, there is obviously a talk that Bitcoin is going to 300,000, a million, and so on and so on. But realistically, just mathematically counting, the cryptocurrencies, altcoins, do have the bigger potential of growth than the Bitcoin.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's an absolutely valid point. I think there's a lot of FOMO to a certain extent with Bitcoin, and I think there's a lot of regret from a lot of people with Bitcoin. There are people that did trade it 10 years ago and sold out, and then now they look at it and go, "I had 100 Bitcoin, and now look at it."
Look at I started with crypto, right? If I would just put everything in crypto at that moment, everything that I've been earning when I was just starting and I saw crypto, I wouldn't need to do anything right now at all, which I didn't. The end of the story. I didn't. That's it. So it's like trying to get it now is not going to help me to get better with, the situation that has been 10 years ago.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That is, the train is gone. At that moment, at least the potential growth that it did in the past 10 years is not going to repeat. Like it's most likely going to go higher. Most definitely not going to go higher as much as it did in the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Therefore, this is a question that I'm asking myself. Not where can I buy Bitcoin, but what is the opportunity right now, which might regret 10 years later, like the same 10 years ago with Bitcoin.
Exactly.
I don't want to miss it now. I don't want to try to catch the opportunity which is already gone to a certain degree.
Yeah.
That's his point of view. I mean, I know people have different opinions on that. That's my opinion.
Let's put it in simple terms, right? If you wanted to double, let's say you put $100 into Bitcoin, just a round number, right? If you wanted to double that money, Bitcoin has to go to $210 right now, $210,000, right? If you had bought that Bitcoin when it was $100, right? All of a sudden, you have however many X's your $100, right? The point Anastasiia is making is stick that $100 in something that's got a greater potential of a percentage return, right? So whether it be Ethereum, whether it be Solana or Sui or any of the others, go and have a look. And personally, I would never trade Bitcoin. I wouldn't trade it. I would only invest. I would use it as an investment vehicle, just like the S&P 500. That's my personal view. So yeah. What else have we got? Yeah, buy zones. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's the perspective on Bitcoin has to change. It's been a market asset now for over 10 years, and so it's now maturing. It's now being taken seriously. There are ETFs around it, and so on and so forth. Governments and reserve banks are looking at it and taking it seriously. So therefore, it needs to be treated seriously and not just treated as the dodgy scam that everyone thought it was going to be. So yeah. Anastasiia, I know you've got a meeting with the big bosses in a little while. So I don't know how much longer we've got of you, but it's guys, you didn't get to the 200 likes, you got to 195. So, you're stuck with me for a little while, I'm afraid. I know LJ is going to be joining me in half an hour, and I think Rich as well is, and possibly Victor as well for our regular Thursday ABL session. So, I hope you guys are going to join us for that. But when do you need to jump off, Anastasiia?
In about 5-7 minutes.
5 to 7 minutes, guys. She's
yeah.
The 7 minute time frame. You see, the 7 minute time frame is having an influence on you. There you go.
Obviously a 7 and 12 minute time frame.
World King 1 top. I can tell you now that out of me and Anastasiia, right, she is the one that is profitable. I am not. Okay. I can make profits, but I can't keep hold of them. Story of my life, really. So yeah, but Anastasiia is most definitely a profitable trader. The reason that Anastasiia is even on this stream is because she was interviewed once by Alex to verify that she actually was genuinely not gamifying or cheating the system. And I think it was within like 2 minutes, Alex realized, okay, yeah, this girl knows exactly what she's doing. This is a waste of my time taking up all this time. And then all of a sudden, hey, Anastasiia, would you like to come onto the YouTube stream? And the rest, as they say, is history. So yeah.
Basically saw that some guy is trading by my name.
Yeah, exactly. They thought it was some kind of scam or something. So yeah. And dog friend, I'm sorry, dude. I know you like the banter, but sorry. Anastasia's got a meeting with the big bosses. So she's got to go and talk seriousness. But what that does mean is it means that the boys that pumped the viewers yesterday, and then they just fell off like a horrible equity curve yesterday when they dropped off, we're going to be taking over. So it's not the same. I know, I get it, but you're not going to be stuck with me just talking rubbish. You're going to have somebody else take over from Anastasiia who knows what they're doing. And that is LJ.
Hey!
Hola, how are we doing?
Again.
How are we doing, team? How are we going over here?
We are good, matey. We are good. How about you?
Yeah, doing well. I'm loving this gold trade that we picked up earlier.
It is very hard. It is a great trade. It looks like it's going to break up higher, actually. Looking at it on the 1 minute. So looking very, very nice. Anastasiia,
you jumped in, didn't you, Anastasiia?
Yeah, I did. I have 4 entries here. I was considering taking more, but it's right at the zone where I was expecting some pullback. So I'm seeing if it can break 14. So if it breaks, I might take one more last entry until 34.21. What's your target?
So I assume 34.21 must be futures price?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, it's about 34.05 to 08 kind of area, which is roughly similar to yours per CFD to futures, So about the same target. And I did also have this current level mapped out as the interim stop point as well. But it looks as though we are holding up pretty nicely. So I'm going to keep holding on to it and see if we get a break to that higher level.
Yeah, I like how the price came into holding in this area, because if it would keep pulling back like it did with this week, I would probably close it manually. But since we are holding on in this area, it seems like it's trying to accumulate the volume to break through this.
Yeah, precisely.
Anastasiia, before we lose you to the bosses, we have got the results of the poll. It's still going, but I don't think it's going to likely change. The masses have spoken, and they would like to see the volume profile walkthrough on ABL. So there you go, guys. As reward for your liking of the stream yesterday, Anastasiia is going to be going into the ABL platform, and she's going to be sharing with you the secret sauce behind the volume profile. If you don't know what we're talking about, then make sure you head to the link on the screen right now, the Alpha Beta Lab, and check it out there.
And you have time until tomorrow. It only takes you 30 seconds to subscribe. And tomorrow, the whole guide is going to be there. And look at gold.
Ooh, wow.
I was about to say, there it goes.
There it goes.
Yeah.
That was one hell of a bump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a very nice move indeed.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'm liking this today.
Look at LJ. He's like all lighting up, He's looking at gold.
Everyone, my trades are running beautifully.
LJ's like, today's the day. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Alrighty. Anastasiia, I'll take your charts off because I know you need to go and dash. But a pleasure as always to spend a Thursday morning with you. I look forward to it again next week. And we will see you very soon.
I'll jump in earlier next time as well. I had some stuff to do today. I'll jump in earlier with you guys next time as well. So I had some stuff to do today, but yeah.
Good to have you earlier on.
There we go.
Jeez, if you want me to go already, just say so. My God.
Like you're jealous. You think you're jealous.
I'm always jealous.
There we go. It's our stream now.
Okay, guys, I have to go. Good to see you.
Right.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Anastasiia. Speak to you later.
See you again.
There you go, guys. So yeah, that gold is looking pretty damn good. We were talking about it all the way down here. Look at that. So really, really nice trade. I closed it here because I didn't like this rejection down. I didn't want to lose out on the profits that I had from these two entries. I know you got in down here, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, around 365.
Yeah, 65.
Yeah, 65. So yeah, frustrating. Probably could have left it going longer, and I mean, right now it would have gotten to an 8R on that one, and that one would have gotten us to a 23R. So, alas, juicy. That is the way it goes. Juicy indeed, a juicy Lucy trade, but that's just the way it goes. So I'd rather secure the profits, because I'm finding that I can't keep an eye on chat and trades and all the other stuff that's going on.
Back on you and stuff. Yeah.
It's just there's too much to keep an eye on. So yeah, Vipul, I will time you out for that comment. So yeah, Joe, sorry to hear that, but if that's how you feel, then be our guest.
The winky face.
Exactly. Jonesy, you will see my mention in the lab. I'm winning again. Great stuff, Jonesy. That's what we want to hear. We're talking about the lab. So those of you who don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about the lab, well, we're talking about the Alpha Beta Lab. And if you don't know what that is, we'll check this out. If that doesn't get you pumped up, I don't know what will. That is...
Yes, it's a good intro, hey.
That is the energy booster that anybody needs for their Thursday morning, Thursday lunchtime, Thursday afternoon or evening. Gold has broken the highs that I was thinking it may react from. So it does look like it may go higher. I think the next area is really the kind of the 3,410. I think it's probably the next area for possible pullbacks, really.
Yeah, I've got about 3,410, 3,408. So I'm looking in that vicinity. I've currently got the take profit at 05, just to sit just below that target.
Yeah.
But even like if we get up there and it keeps kicking, I'll sort of adjust that and keep holding it. But I think that will be sort of the top area for the near term.
Yeah, so. I think anything beyond that today is probably a bit too ambitious. If we look at where we are in terms of the ATR for the day, that's just going to be probably pushing it a bit too hard. Pratham, can you hold a long trade in gold to 3,407? Yes, you can, but you don't have to. Should you? That's entirely up to you. But if you feel it sits with your plan and you're comfortable with how it's playing out, then go for it. But this is not signal service. We're not going to tell you what to do. You guys have got to take your own trades and got to take your own decisions on these things. We'll show you trade ideas that we're looking at, but they are not meant as financial advice and they are not meant as signals either. So yeah. And Mevi Bevi, that's a great name, Mevi Bevi. He is indeed in Oz. He never sleeps.
Yes.
This LJ is the man that follows the sun and never sleeps. So yeah. Gave some good market depth about gold heading for new highs. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, Jonesy. Whether that was because LJ does it on so many different platforms and so many different streams. We've got him on ABL, we've got him on the Beyond the Ticker podcast with Dirk, and then we've got him over here on the 5ers. So
I think it was referring to yesterday when you came in late, right, for the ABL portion. So we did cover a few of these things, and yeah, I think this drive that we're getting, we're eventually stacking up for a longer term push to the highs. And then potentially break that. So over the course of this month, the next 6 weeks, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that test. We're definitely ramping up very nicely to get up there. We've broken this sort of trend line, came up through there, pulled back right into it, and we've just rallied off that. We've been able to build from that. So it's looking very strong, very convincing at the minute. So ultimately 3,500 is that higher mark. And then beyond there, 36, 3,700 over the next, say 3 months or something. But yeah, so first point of contention is obviously going to be up here about 34.30, 34.40, that previous head just up here. If we can tackle that and don't fail at it, then good shot we run for new all-time highs. So, but yeah, this was... my trader jumped in from earlier on, and we are getting up there now. So looking good. Very happy with this.
No, it looks like a really, really nice trade. I see, where was it? Allah is saying they got in from 3,217 on a swing long on gold and is holding to 3,500.
Very nice.
Beautiful trade.
Very nice.
Very, 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 very nice catch indeed. Really nicely done. We've got a couple of questions about dollar yen and also one about New Zealand USD. Dollar yen was one of those ones that we were looking at earlier on ABL, and it's also one that was pulling up on the strength scores for the last couple of days, showing great divergence. We have come up to that level that you marked out previously. And we're now pushing back down from it.
Yeah, it's respected very nicely again. So originally, when we had that sort of climb up and ran right the way back down, and then into Monday basically came off, and I was looking at this area just here that we spoke about for potential support, and we've rallied up through there, got through that sort of mid-level up into here towards the headline resistance up here, failed just below the top of that wick, and we've come right back down, pulled into the lower trend line again, and now had a slight retracement through Asia and early London. However, again, come and respected that old historic line that I've drawn in here, and we're pulling back again. So dollar yen definitely playing very technical at this point. So love to see it. The thing to watch will be whether we can get a break of here, and then around this, it's about 142.70 to 60 kind of area, convincing break through that. From there, you're starting to look at dollar yen kind of falling apart, right? This is the hourly chart now. So you break through here and you're looking much lower towards 141, 140s. We go out to an even longer. We'll go to the daily. Show us a bit better. So we're really clustering around this sort of breach point. So we've had this upper range, right, that has sat for quite some time now. If we zoom all the way out, this goes back to 2022 down here, and you can see this kind of area just here. This has been our upper range between the sort of low 140s up to 160. We're now having another attempt at breaching that range. And as we've seen with the price action in recent weeks, past 2 weeks in particular, we've had some attempt to sort of drive up. That was due to the court ruling as to whether Trump can implement his tariffs or if he's not allowed to. Obviously, that's been appealed and find ways around that, all that kind of stuff. That's what the pump was from. Since then, gone back to selling, and now we're right on that precipice of sort of just falling apart and absolutely collapsing down through the 130s. So it's definitely a very interesting asset to watch, because there's a lot of points to collect on the downside if we break that, and you could expect a very, very large run, because it basically gets amplified by all the carry trade that's been stacked up due to the rate differentials from institutions. So as soon as that breaks, they tend to unwind, and then you just see it fly. So
the other one was NZD USD.
New Zealand dollar, yeah, sure.
Your friendly neighbours there across the way.
Around it should be fine, I think. So New Zealand dollar has definitely had some strength. It's been outperforming the Aussie dollar. They both move pretty similar to some degree. You can see at the moment Aussie dollar is definitely running up high as well.
It's a bone of contention for him, guys. He's not happy about it. He doesn't understand why the Kiwis are doing better than the Aussies. He's not happy. It's almost like a rugby match. He's really not happy about it.
Yeah, exactly. New Zealand dollar and Aussie dollar are generally slightly higher beta currencies compared to the other majors, meaning that they are more sensitive to risk and that sort of thing. And so when you have positive news flow, that kind of thing, they can move a lot more momentum-wise on a per point basis. It will be a bit less than the euro, but if you have it percentage-wise, it moves a lot more. New Zealand dollar being traded slightly less than the Aussie dollar. Obviously, they're a much smaller economy. Mining sector in Australia is as big as the entire New Zealand economy on its own. So, and that makes up like 11% or something of our economy here. So basically, there's a lot less liquidity going through New Zealand dollar generally. So it can make outsized moves. The other point is that they have had a few economic stumbles in the past. You had, over the past 2-3 years, you had house prices come down about 30%, which really hammered people. They're also one of the central banks that moved first on increasing rates. And then also, obviously, because it hammered people so heavily, they reduced them first as well. So I think that basically leads into this slight outperformance per the similar movements of the Aussie dollar. now that they have sort of recovered and got back into good stead. So from here, we are looking at a potential break of these highs, and similar to Aussie dollar, we'll go over to that in a sec. We're looking up towards 61 and then 61.50 and beyond. Go to the daily. It's about here where this prior low of this wick all the way back here, back in September last year. That would be about my target. So it's at 61, which is also that round number. So you'd probably likely see some resistance there. But from where we are now, you've got about 50 points. So that's not too bad. And it looks as though we do want to take a run at that. Question from there will be whether you can break that and take a further stab at these highs. So through here, which again, another round number, about 62. Those are kind of your levels at the minute. And obviously we've got this high just from a few weeks ago that we've now managed to push through and establish a hold above today. So that's about 60.25. And so next level 61, and then see if we can get a push to 62. The Aussie dollar is showing very similar. Aussie dollar has been a bit more of a grind though. It's been up in this, got this kind of channel here.
I just want to quickly check something. Is everything okay, ICT Sniper? The emoji seems to suggest that something might be wrong. So just want to check if everything's okay. Let us know. I hope everything's all right.
But yeah, so we're basically playing ping pong between this channel. I've just drawn it freehand, as you guys can see. But the idea still stands, basically. Go down into 4 hour. We built off these levels. This is a fib retracement through here. Came back for a retracement into the 38, down towards the bottom of the channel. Equal bottoms with here. Rallied back up to the 38. Retest again. You've now got that triple bottom, and we've rallied right up. So we're going for the top end of the channel. That would roughly line up with that level on the New Zealand dollar as well, of both of them breaking. You're likely to see a bit of a pause there per New Zealand dollar, like we're talking about that lower wick piece there. And then also you'll have the top of the channel here for Aussie dollar, and then also roughly a double top there per the previous high that we had a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. So
yeah, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, so that'll probably be your targets. From there, you'd probably see a pause and maybe a bit of a pullback. So you'll see, movement up into here, up towards 65.40, and then potentially a bit of a dip. And then we see if we go to the bottom of the channel again, or if we can break out.
Yeah,
that's basically your outlook there. So
got you. Cool. Right, Mr. Farsi plays, right. Posting it 7 times or however many times in the chat isn't going to get us to do it. If I could show you my screen right now, you would see that I star each of the queries that we get in the chat, because let's put it this way, right? We've got Euro USD, right? Okay, so I'm going to do Euro USD. There it is. Okay, right now we're going to go and do CHF JPY. Right now we're going to go and do New Zealand's. We can't do it that quickly, all right? So if we don't respond to you, I'm not going to stop LJ in the middle of his flow and say, LJ, stop, because Farsi wants us to drop everything and go and look at CAD CHF, right? Which is one of the most obscure assets that somebody could ask for, right? It's almost as obscure as New Zealand's USD, even though that's a major pair. So, guys, we see your questions and we understand them, but don't post them multiple times. We've got them, all right? All you're doing is by posting them multiple times, we're just going to time you out, and then your questions will disappear. All right, so bear with us. We will get through them, but just give us a second to get through to them, and we'll get there. All right.
What indicators am I using? So on here, I don't have all of my main indicators. This is just my trading view that I sort of throw up for stream and stuff. I do most of my analysis on other platforms or personal brokerage platforms that I have, and I've had for about 10 years now. So very used to that, but I just have some simplified stuff on here. Also to make it not too jarred up. for you guys. I've got a lot of drawings and stuff on here, but this guy in here is basically just Bolly bands. Just gives you a good general idea of price. So you have it just on the basics settings, 20 moving average, 2 standard divs above and below. And then down here, I have a Z-score probability indicator. You'll be able to find that on TradingView. I'm pretty sure it's free. It's not paid or anything. And basically what this looks at is anytime price sort of moves into that 2 to 3 standard div band, you have, that only happens sort of, less than 1% of the time, put it that way. So you're likely to see a pullback into either the mid-level or a complete reversal into negative deviation, right? So as we can see here, once you get up there, price doesn't stay up in these levels for very long at all, right? And we had a massive pullback through there.
Yep.
Similarly here, after that charge, you can see a pullback. So these are the 2 things that I have set on there.
It's a bit like, it's essentially, it's another way of looking at something like an RSI or any of these other ones where people say it's overbought or oversold and everything else. LJ's is his, it's his bread and butter of how he uses it. So yeah.
So similar to an RSI or stochastic, but they're typically based on sort of moving averages and that sort of thing, which are a bit they don't quite stack up all the time, right? They give a lot of false signals, put it that way. The standard divs are more based on your ATR, basically. So the average movement of an asset, either over the day, or you can set how long of a period you want, right? And generally, we're not going to see the Aussie dollar go up like 500 points, right? Nor the euro. They move within a certain band every single day. So generally, when you've gotten to the extent of that band, the highest probability event coming next is that it will move back into the center point of the range. So it's basically a mean reversion retracement type indicator and strategy there.
Yeah. And so Praritang Shu, I hope I've pronounced that right. Hopefully that explains to you the Z score indicator. Let's go have a look. I saw Rafa, I think, was asking about longs, if you were still on your longs on EU, LJ, and Ayan is asking about EU as well.
I am still in my longs. Let's go to a lower time frame because that one is now looking messy. I'm going to have to start deleting a bunch of these drawings. They were helpful before, but we've moved on. But yeah, so this is basically where I entered my longs earlier on the euro. We've got this trend line through here that we have to beat. If we don't manage to beat that prior to the ECB announcement, I will consider taking it just because of, potential, waft of volatility, that kind of stuff. I do expect even after the ECB, unless there's some surprise, we should keep running higher. At the moment, I don't expect anything outrageous from the ECB. I think they'll play it very by the by, trying not to rock the boat. They will be dropping rates, but that's basically being priced in already. Everyone knows they're going to drop rates. We had the inflation data last period come out at 1.9%, so it's below their 2% target, in part helped by the higher euro, and then also lower energy input prices. So that has helped keep inflation a bit lower. So hence the rate drop priced in, and I don't expect them to rock the boat on any new information. There's still the question of what's going to happen with the EU and Donald Trump in regards to tariffs. So most likely they'll be wanting to figure that out before they, start on any new path. The deadline date for that at the moment is the 9th of June. So that's only 4 days away. So having the meeting right before that, they're probably just going to sit on their hands and, no news is good news. And then the price continues momentum.
Interestingly enough, I did see yesterday there was news that the steel and aluminium tariffs, the 50% tariffs that Trump announced, that they were going to be held off on the UK for the time being. So we'll go and have a look at the pound dollar in a minute as well. But in the meantime, a few more questions. So For UTV, should a trader concentrate 1, 2, or 3 pairs only? Really depends on you and your strategy and your personality, I would say. If you are impatient like me and you're looking for entries and you've got a strategy that works across multiple pairs, then you can do it. But you've got to work to what's best for you. There isn't a set answer for that. I think you need to go dig a bit deeper and understand, where you are in your journey. And if you're at the very beginning, then yes, 1 or 2 is a great way to start. If you're further down the line and you're looking for ways to expand out, then there's no reason not to check out other charts.
Personally, I would say yes.
Yeah.
In keeping it just to 1, 2, or 3, you need more than 1 or 2 in case they're not really doing anything that day. That way you can really hone the bread and butter, because certain assets move a bit different to each other, even though they're both currencies. Like the euro dollar moves very different to the dollar yen, right? All the yen pairs have their own specific kind of movement. If you trade them long enough, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So I would hone the specific pairs that you're interested in before moving on to something else.
Yeah.
Think of it kind of like starting, if you started a degree doing law, should you also be doing medicine at the same time and then architecture and then something else? Probably complete one first, or up to a certain substantial level before taking on the next piece. And to be honest, you only need a couple pairs. I think Anastasiia has said this before as well. And you can just lock into them, and that's just what you come to the market every day. It means you're going to be more informed with the levels, how prices acted recently, what relevant news there is. And so you're going to have less work for yourself as well. Because if you go into, esoteric things like CAD franc, or something, or, strange pairs, there might be opportunities if you're looking at it from a technical level, but you won't know all the other components that are going into the price action.
Yeah, exactly. So Mr. Farsi, very, very quickly, CAD franc right now, which LJ's referred to, I wouldn't touch this with a barter pole right now, because if you look at that on the 4 hour, that is just one massive, great big range.
That's so funny that I said the exact pair.
Literally, I wouldn't I don't know about you, LJ, but I just wouldn't touch it. I'll be like, no, thank you. So yeah, I would leave that one as it is. And Lubego, we talked about Bitcoin earlier. Generally speaking, bias is longs, as it looks like we've kind of reached some lows again around about the 104, I think. So we're looking at generally on longs on those. But guys, it has come to the point of our stream where we switch over to a slightly different style, let's say. So we'll be back right after this. I feel as though it's a little bit too energetic for a podcast. I don't know, especially when we tend to go kind of deep into topics and all that sort of lovely stuff. We have got Rich and we've got Victor in with us, boys and girls. Rich, the performance coach for the 5ers, and Victor, the legendary, the words escape me when we describe Victor, the masked trader. Victor is such a good trader. That's why he is masked, because he would be mobbed in the street. It would be like Daniel Craig walking down the street. He wouldn't be able to do it because he'd be just he wouldn't be able to live his normal life. So gentlemen, great to have you. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah,
Going
we're
well,
good.
going well.
We're good. We're good. I am into hour number 4 of my live streams today, I think. So, so yeah, my voice is still here. So, so we're doing good. We're doing good. Those of you that aren't familiar with this section of the stream, this is less about the analytics and more about the kind of the psychology and the kind of the performance side of things. Now, Jonathan said to us, and I'm going to be totally open and transparent about this, and I think that's what we like about these sessions, is that generally on these sessions, we tend to get, I don't know if that's coming from you, LJ, we're getting a bit of background noise, mate, but I'm getting a bit of feedback from someone, but we tend to see a drop-off on the viewership when we do these weekly podcast sessions. So, you know, we're not going to do things forcefully and say, hey guys, look, we don't care. We're gonna chat and talk about things. So we're gonna try and switch this up a little bit. And what I was thinking we would do is Mike, LJ, and Mike, myself, LJ, and Victor. We would go and have a look at some of the trades that we've been looking at, and then Rich as our performance coach. Somebody's got really background noise. Are we getting? Is it just me, or am I just?
Hang on, I hear it too.
I can hear it too. Yeah.
I think it might be you, Rich. Rich's mic performance isn't performing. It sounds like you've got a washing machine or something next to you, mate.
I've got a fan running. I'll keep this muted. Let me keep this muted. For
no worries, mate. No worries. So yeah. So I thought what we would do is switch it up a little bit, right? And what we would do is we'd go through some of our trades and some of our thought process behind those trades, and then Rich can kind of just dip in with his thoughts on it. I don't know, what do you guys think? I know we haven't talked about this. I'm just springing this on you guys, but let me know what you think.
I think it's a great idea. One of the things that I missed, that I always missed, and that's why I like sessions like we have on YouTube and Discord as well. One of the things that I missed is, what am I supposed to be thinking before I enter, while building up my setup, right before I enter, during the trade, and afterwards. And I, whenever or wherever I go to get that information, I couldn't get it because the only way to do that is to actually sit next to a actual trader, right? Someone who is more advanced than I am, and pick his mind. And that is typically not available to us. So I didn't have that at the beginning. And if we can come near that experience or that idea of, what were we thinking, I think it could be very helpful for everyone watching.
Good stuff. Yeah, Rich, we're okay for the moment, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. It sounds like you're in like a like those tunnel fans that you get or something like that, or as if you're standing next to a washing machine.
Yeah,
so, that's
it's like robotic feedback kind of.
That was how it sounded, and we know you're not a robot. So
oh, that's my job.
So yeah. So let's see what we can do with the layout. I don't know if this one works or this one. What do we think, boys? Let's try. I think that one's probably a good one. So I thought I would start off with a typical Mike Goldie trade that I had this morning. So this was a trade that actually LJ had taken originally. LJ's trade was this one, 65 with a stop just below here. And LJ, correct me if I'm wrong, mate, so I don't misrepresent your genius, but you were looking at basically up to 390 to start with, I think. Was that right?
That was the interim level to beat.
But ultimately looking to get to 405, I think it was.
05 to 010, yeah. So 0810 is sort of my level, but I'm happy to take it, just before that, just to make sure you hit profit.
Yeah. So this was LJ's trade, right? And we jumped onto the 5ers stream, and not the 5ers stream, on the ABL stream. And I looked at it and thought, God, you know what? Yeah, that does look good. But I wasn't looking at this take profit. I was looking at it from this angle here, right? So I was looking at it down here, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh, have my stops all the way down there? Oh, I don't know, not sure I like that." And so I started thinking, well, do I do it here? That's a bit of a risky move. And we were basically, if I take that one off, we were basically already here. And so my entry would have been up here and my stops all the way down here. And for me, having my stops 10 pips, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but for me, that's a lot, because I go, for big high risk rewards. So I was looking at trades here, and then on the 1 minute, I was looking at the setups, and we were sat in here. So it was just around this area here. So we had price come down, come back up, and I was expecting it to retest this area here, this line. And so then I set myself 2 trades. One was, right, if we break this high, let me move this one. No, not that one. There we go. This one. There we go. That one. If we break this high, then I'm going to have a buy stop, and I want to see it go. Right now, the TP could have easily been LJ's TP. The second one was this one, expecting it to come back down and retest these lows. The reason being was that I had this 5-minute candle here, this nice engulfing, pushing to the downside. It wasn't respected, so I was now expecting this wick to act as support instead of resistance, and looking for it to retest that wick, and so then to shoot on up. And sure enough, that's what it did. Right, it did it to the T, frankly. But why did I close so soon? When we now look where it's marked out right now.
Okay.
So I closed here, right? Because we came up and we were testing this wick here. We'd seen a pullback down. It was this one here, this pullback down. And I could see us reacting off this wick and coming back down. The reason I saw us coming back down was because we had some wickless candles down below, and we still have major liquidity further down as well, by my definitions. Okay. Bearing in mind, I'm doing this whilst I've just done a live stream with ABL. I've then jumped into a video call with Dirk, right? So I've got my MT5 here on my monitor, okay? And I'm speaking to Dirk right in front of me, and then I've got something else I'm presenting to him at the same time. And I'm like, oh, I've got to close this. I've got to close this. Yeah, right. This is all happening live, right? I'm having a Google Meet with Dirk to talk about some stuff for ABL. And then I'm like, oh, I don't like the way this is looking at this. And I'm trying to talk to Dirk about something, and I'm looking at that. So I shut it. Now, I look at it now, right?
Pause. Can we pause right there, Mike?
Please, just give me.
Please try to conserve whatever you're. May even make a note on your notepad, a physical notepad if necessary. So I don't want you to lose your train of thought. That moment, I think that's crucial. That moment that you close that trade. Did you close it because the market told you something? The market gave you a signal, or acted in a certain way, or your trade plan signaled you to act? Or was it because your attention was divided, and or you were uncomfortable because whatever is happening outside of trading around you? Which of the two do you think, if you were to go back, rewind, stop, and answer that question right after or right before you're going to close that, what was the motive, the drive for you to close it?
I think the reality was that it was, it was actually both. Because my attention was divided, I wasn't as focused. So I was looking at basic signals of my trade being invalidated, but not full signals. So in other words, I was looking at one time frame on my chart, on my MT5, and seeing a reversal coming in. But if I'm properly trading, if I'm properly paying attention, I'm not just looking at one time frame. I'm looking at multiple time frames to check and validate. Hang on a second, are we really in an area, right? And so yeah, so it was most definitely a contributing factor from both, rather than one or the other, because my eyes were seeing something on one time frame whilst I was still distracted by something else. And I think it's just something I experienced this morning. You know, we all know what it's like trying to trade live and all those other things, and it's you know, it's not an easy thing to do. But I thought it's fair. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, but would you say that potentially part of this, because you were touching on it prior, that it's in part because you run the very tight stops, right?
Yep.
So it makes it very angsty per se, right? So potentially, would that be an idea to maybe when you're, you know, on stream, you shift it around a little bit, and then off stream you can run those kind of trades?
Yeah, it's something I've played. It's certainly reasonable, and it's something I've played around the idea with. But the reason I wanted to bring this up was because we're all in a privileged position to be able to work and trade and, you know, do these live streams and everything else. But I'm acutely aware that everyone out there as well is in similar positions of, you know, working an office job, working a retail job, working a factory job, working an Uber job, or doctors, lawyers, all sorts are trying to trade, right? And their eyes aren't on the prize necessarily all the time because they're having to do their actual job, right? And I think it's, for me, what I've struggled with is that theory that you just mentioned, LJ, has total validity, but I haven't had the time and the brain space, because I've got so much going on, for me to sit and actually validate whether that would work for me or not. Do you see what I mean? Whether that, you know,
validate what exactly?
To back test it and validate, okay, does this different approach work? Now, because what we're talking about is we're talking about trying to essentially reprogram my own eyes on the chart to say, don't go for that low stop, right? That tight stop, go for the one below, right? But because I'm too busy at the time thinking live stream, meeting, sharing this, doing that, Mrs. is texting me because the kids are sick, this, that, and the other.
Life,
my brain is just going into auto. Just keep do it as you've been doing. Do you see what I mean? And I don't want this to become a therapy session for me, but I want this to become something that's beneficial for the others that are out there as well that might be struggling with the same thing. What do you guys think?
How to balance trading and work?
Yeah, to some extent. Yeah. You know, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to make profits, and it's really, I think it's acutely hard, especially if you're in an industry or in a job that maybe doesn't make ends meet. Maybe you're struggling to pay your bills. Maybe you're trying to find ways of paying for whatever it is you've got on your plate. And I think it's very easy for us to forget that there are lots of people that we talk about saying, oh, I want to go full time into trading it to be my main income. I think there are tons of people out there that are trying to have trading as their additional income to help them pay for things and to help them cover their bills and everything else, because the income they already have isn't enough. And you know, I think it's something that people out there are probably struggling with a lot. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think there are a couple of ways you can take this. You can go the systematic way, which is data driven. If the circumstances change, and that is basically what your description, because you didn't have your significant other texting you while you're back testing, right? You didn't have Dirk talking to you while you're doing your back testing. So the data you have is based on a lab circumstance, like perfect condition. That's not the case right here. So if the circumstances change, I suggest you need to incorporate a test or create a test where the new conditions are reflected in the data, right? So that would be the systematic approach to go back, and I don't know how you would be artificially recreate this, but perhaps do a simulator real time, watching something that grabs your attention from time to time every so often, and see how your performance goes. Is it are you still profitable doing the same things that you were applying originally on your trade plan? That's the systematic way, going to the data back, having backtested data, and testing out this new multitasking way of trading, which you rightfully identify as something that would be probably very, very common for everyone else, right? Even if you're full-time trader, it is a thing, right? You don't do 20 or whatever 8 or 10 hours that you're devoting to trading. You're not going to be only doing that. You will be at some point to some degree adding or combining things. That's one thing I think. The other thing is, so that's being systematic, having rule-based, and you just adjusting your rule-based system to this new situation. The other thing is, if you're not that kind of a trader, you're not as rule-based, you don't emphasize as much on strict rules, you're a little bit more more discretionary. Even if you're not completely discretionary, you do have your rules like you have, but you're a little bit more flexible. You can deviate depending on situation. I would say that's much harder, even though backtesting is going to take a long time to do, because to recreate, but incorporating that is much harder, because now you're basically becoming a different kind of trader, a trader that is paying attention to the trade a lot of the times, one that is interrupted or your focus isn't 100%. So you're gonna have a lot more margin for errors. You're gonna be missing a lot of things. That's a different kind of a trader, basically. And knowing, and that is where journal will come in back. Why, asking yourself, why did I do this? Would I have, is this the product of sound price action reading, or is this the product of my external, outside of trading, my life coming into my trading and pushing my buttons to close the position or to enter or to do whatever, which is obviously a bad thing to happen, because there's no edge in external things coming to your trading. Go ahead.
No, the only other thing I was going to add was, there is an extra layer to add to this, which I also think relates to people out there as well, is I think if I was being honest with myself, I would have been influenced as well with the fact that LJ said, hey, I'm in a long on gold. And I would have been going, oh, okay, if LJ's in a long on gold, do you know what? Oh, okay. And I took a look at it.
It's a good influence. That's fine.
It's a good influence. It is. But let's not forget that not everybody out there has the luxury of having good people to influence them, right? There's a lot of people out there that have bad influences, right? They might be part of Discord communities that aren't the most, let's say, genuine or sincere, right? They might be part of Telegram groups with signals and all these sorts of things. And I thought this was an interesting topic, because this is, look at this trade, right? This one here, right, where it is right now, it could have been a 28R if I'd held it, right? Where it is right now, it could potentially go further, okay? But as a trade, that could have been mind-blowingly ridiculously huge, okay? But because I got distracted, I closed it here, right, at this level, right? So because it was two positions, one was at basically 1.5R, and the other one was at 5R. Still good, still okay, but
very good, I would say, by the way.
Very good, sure. But how much money have I left on the table there? And so what I'm trying to say is that, for all the people that are out there who are, I think there's a lot more of them than is given credit. I think there is a lot of people out there that are just looking at trading and saying, help me make money, because I'm struggling, because I can't pay my bills, because cost of living is going up, etc., etc. And they are trying to juggle so many different things. I am doing that. I am in that situation right now. I am one of those people, right? And I wonder how others out there, you guys in the chat, how do you do it? How do you stop yourself from nursing or trying to babysit a trade when, let's not forget, we all have different personality traits and styles, right? I'm a lot like Alex, right? Alex was and is a very impulsive trader that doesn't have much patience. I don't have much patience. It's just I'm a take action now, right? Let's get it done. I don't have the personality for, say, swing trading. So I'm curious, what do you guys think out there?
I think it might be one of. I was just going to say, I think it might be one of those, not the answer you want, but the answer that is correct or that you need or whatever. I guess it comes down to it's like that's the discipline part, right? Where you take that and try and reverse engineer that, knowing that you are a certain type of individual. And then this is essentially going against the grain for what is natural to you. But I suppose that it's one of those things where, it's like you wanting to go to the gym, get fit, get in shape. You don't want to train. You don't want to eat healthy and stuff. But you got to have that discipline, decide, am I going to do this or not? Right.
Absolutely.
And so I think you have to, one of the best ways to do that, at least in my opinion, because you do have those temptations, the impulses to just shift back to the way that you inherently are aligned with, to set just like hard lines, right? Line in the sand type thing, and say, okay, for this period, I'm not doing this style, right? And so in your instance, find another style that works during those periods, or at least test and explore finding one. And then you exclusively say, look, I'm doing this right now. I'm not jumping into these trades. I'm only trading the other style. That, or if you're still exploring that, you could still do your style that you're thinking about, but knowing that you have the lower win rate, the lower success rate, the lower take profit, whatever, because you're getting split attention, perhaps just reduce the overall exposure. So you can still be in the trades, but just if it goes wrong, it's less of a hit. So that's something that I'll often do if I've got other things going on and I'm just constantly trading all the time. Say I'm not actually at my computer. I'm going for dinner or lunch or something with my partner or with a friend or something like that. I see an opportunity in the market. I want to have something on the table. I'll just size and structure it differently. So typically I'll go, look, I don't have perfect information that I would normally have in front of my face on the screens when I'm normally sitting at the PC. So I go, okay, reduce the overall exposure, still take the throughput of the idea. If it works out, great, bonus. If it doesn't, you didn't get, smacked across the head for it. Right?
LJ, I got a question. I got a follow-up question, LJ. I think is viewers might be asking themselves right now. It makes complete sense, and I think that's the next level, or maybe 2-3 levels ahead. How do I, as a viewer, someone watching who doesn't know exactly how to implement this, does that viewer gain the awareness and the skill to assess how impaired or how distracted they are, so that they can, reframe the risk? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying when I'm 100% focused, I assume 100% risk of my usual stuff. When I am not completely, I don't have the time, I don't have the attention, I'm dealing with other things like Mike was explaining, I'm not going to be taking 100% of my risk. I might be taking 50, 75, maybe even 25. If you're going for dinner, you don't want to be watching your phone while on dinner, right? You want to have like 2-3 hours or maybe uninterrupted. Maybe you escape to the bathroom, but I mean, that's not ideal. You want to have a couple of hours where you want to be in the trade, but you don't want to have a big risk, because You don't have every tool available to you at that moment. How do you assess that? Because you got to know yourself, right? And be able to assess, okay, where am I? Am I going to risk a quarter of my usual 100, a half, 3/4? How does anyone who's not accustomed to do that, how do they get the skill to do that like you're doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely comes down to, like you just touched on, a bit of that self-awareness, self-reflection type thing. So I guess there is a very much a independent component of this where you have to orient yourself and take like check-ins to go, hey, am I on task with what I need to be doing? Am I moving at, the appropriate speed, efficiency, competency that I would expect from myself, or is it currently lower? In terms of what, touched on just before, going to dinner is a very obvious, explicit, like you're not in front of the charts. So that's a very obvious one, right? If you're literally off doing something else, you're clearly not fully engaged, right? It's, you're engaged in something else. If we're talking about just your general day, or perhaps you work a job and you've got the luxury of working from home, and then so you're trying to say maybe trade on the side a little bit, right? You've got another screen set up, you're trying to do that. The most obvious answer would be your P&L, of course, right? Your strike rate, your P&L. Is that in line with what you should expect, or is it performing poorly, right? That'll always be the first and foremost thing that you'll see right away. And then you have to go, okay, see whether that is performing. If it is performing, ask yourself, okay, is that in line with, do I feel like I am performing across the board, or is this the market has just happened to go in my way and hence it's working out? You'll figure that out. Reverse the same way. If you're taking losses, you're taking hits, you go, am I fully checked in? And, I'm taking losses just because of the market, or am I kind of half checked in? I'm kind of, my split attention is a bit too split, right? And I guess you have to just do a list, go down the list of kind of trying to check these things off and check in with yourself and see whether you're actually getting done what you need to get done. It is one of those very hard subjective things where it is very much a self-reflection, self-check-in type thing, which is purely independent and up to yourself, which is tough. That's all of trading though, right? That's the hard part.
It is.
You don't have someone else to rely on. You got to be your own boss and everything as well.
I want to bring Rich in on this because we don't get Rich very often, so I want Rich's take on all of this. But I also want to add to one thing that you guys were saying, right? Is we're talking about a lot of back testing, analyzing, checking your P&L, checking if something works and everything else. And I think we talk about it a lot, but it is often underestimated. I'm talking about a situation that I'm in right now, right, where I've got a job, I've got kids, I've got all sorts of other stuff in life going on, right? A year ago, my main primary focus was trading because I didn't have another job, right? So I was able to focus my time and my effort and my energy and really drill into it. But going back to my point earlier about people who've just got a day job and struggle to find the time, like if I laid out my daily time, I'm not going to do it here, but if I laid out my daily time, literally I am cramming in as much as I can into every waking hour of the day, with all the different responsibilities and all the different things that I've got going on. How do people out there, Rich, try and squeeze in trading when what Rich and what LJ and Victor are saying is, look, you got to back test, you got to check these things, everything else. When there is this kind of this little thing on your shoulder saying urgent, you've got a bill to pay, you've got this to pay, do you see what I mean? How do people overcome that, do you think?
Okay, let me unmute this, and hopefully the mic isn't absolutely terrible. Let me know if it is, and I'll. No,
you're good, mate. You're good.
We're good. Okay, so let's just circle back a little bit. First of all, Mike, LJ, congratulations. Wonderfully good-looking technical trades. For me or for anyone else to critique a technical setup, it's not my system. And like Victor says, it's not my trade. When a trade runs 5R and goes to 10R, Victor so wonderfully put, someone else's trade. When it just goes and goes and goes and goes. So the main thing that I always find is really important for me is to look at a technical trade and go, within 90% consistency, I can identify that is my trade. 90% of the time, with the information available, I'm going to look at that and say, I should make this decision every single time, 90% of the time. Now that is what we're backtesting. And sorry to burst your bubble, guys. This is a job. Backtesting takes time. But we've also got to have realistic expectations of what a backtest actually is. And Victor, you totally stole my trail of thought, but it's because you hit the nail on the head. Backtesting is a simulated environment that gives us the absolute perfect result. So we haven't got the kids kicking the chair. We haven't got the doorbell going. We haven't got the emails flooding in. The computer doesn't freeze. We haven't got the phone constantly going off. We've got a perfect simulated result. Now, the reason why I wanted to double back and reference this a second time is because that is the highest ever result that we should be achieving as a trader, is in line with our back-tested result. Not 1 cent over, unless a bit of slippage, right? Now, everything that life throws at us, and guess what? We're all human. We're all normal people. We all have a lot of responsibilities. And what happens is suddenly the door goes. Okay? That's a negative expectancy. If you have a positive expectancy, you know, your job is to execute on your trade every single time. If the doorbell goes, that's only going to diminish the result you're getting.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rich, but I just want to also add, the doorbell goes or the cat stands on your keyboard. Just to reference LJ as well.
Or the cat meows, the doorbell goes, you've had some spicy food, whatever it is, life does life, right? There's always going to be something. Now, it's important to recognize that will always bring us under the potential result that we could have got when we backtested. Now, one really vital part of performance coaching is to start to identify how do we balance ourselves in that environment that is trading. So first and foremost, even those that say, I just want to trade on the side, in my honest, humble opinion, and please disagree with me if I'm wrong about this, just trading on the side still means that you need to have a proven profitable edge. You need to understand risk management, and you need to be able to manage yourself. You need to be able to bring yourself to a state where you are acting logically and you have a plan that backs it up. Whether you execute on that plan part-time or full-time, you still got to lay all the groundwork. And there's no shortcut to that. Mike has been trading years, Victor, years, LJ, decades, me, years. Like, we've all stuck in the time. And it's also one reason why we have a lot of things competing for our time, because we've done the groundwork. So I would just kind of like to, I guess, bring our awareness around the idea that backtesting results is the best result you should ever be able to get. And then life is always going to chip away at that. And imagine a cake that's got 10 slices. A slice goes to the cat when it stands on the keyboard. A slice goes to the kid when it sits up on the carpet. A slice goes to the wife.
More than a slice.
More than a slice. Okay. But what happens typically
30 pizza boxes, you know.
A pension fund's worth.
These things will erode our edge. And so what we've got to do is if you imagine trading profitably is having a little boat in the ocean, and it floats and it sails and it's wonderful. And then the cat, that's drilling a hole in the boat, and another hole and another hole. And I profitability for me came at just removing enough of the things that I was doing that would sabotage myself. And eventually my boat started to float and move forward and make a little bit more than it lost. And so I really, really feel that trading is an us versus us environment. So there's no magic pill of, well, if you work full time, just try harder, just do better, just concentrate more. We've got to learn how to say, well, how does trading fit in our lives? Some days trading does not fit in my life. I wake up and I look at my to-do list and I look at my responsibilities and I say, I might have 20 minutes to look at a chart today. There are days where trading just will not fit in. Now, when I try and cram trading in, that negative expectancy is going to hit me hard, because I'm going to be that guy like Mike who's spinning 20 plates and trying to hold a call and trying to trade. Trading requires 100% of my concentration and commitment. And if I have a mindset that's on two different things, I'm going to be spread thin, and it's always going to mitigate and take away from the potential returns that I can get. Fortunately, I'm still profitable with it. but not as profitable as I could be. So we just got to give trading the right kind of space that it should take within our lives. And for some people, that's a lot. And for other people, it's going to be just a tiny bit. But we've still got to do the foundation and the groundwork to bring ourselves to a state where we can execute. And this, sorry to burst your bubble, if you want to be a part-time trader, you're just clicking buy and sell part-time. You've still got to have all the insights and the reasons and the convictions and the knowledge behind why you would want to place that trade. Part-time, full-time, it's the same job. You're just clicking the buy button less. That's all.
I think you mentioned something quite important, Rich. When someone says part-time, that's only about the execution. It says nothing about the required time to invest in getting the edge, in exploring different concepts, in building a system. That's not. You can. The good news is that you can do it part-time, but the total amount of time required to gain that edge is not going to be less because you're going to be trading it part-time. That's only the execution, and that's fine. Having a part-time as an execution, like a swing trader who only looks at the chart every 4 hours when the H4 closes or something like that. But I would say, like anything in life that is worth gaining, a skill, a craft, it's the same as with education. How do you become anyone? How do you get a skill unless you spend downtime, right? Going to school where you're not earning, right? It's the same thing. You have to give up a couple of things, maybe a lot of things, to full-time dedicate yourself to gain that skill in order to later on be able to employ it. There are ways you can do it, combining it, but it's going to take you much longer, and there's no shortcut to diploma, right? You got to put in the hours. It's the same thing. There's nothing you can go online and buy the diploma. I mean, maybe there are, but I mean, you haven't learned anything, so you're not going to be able to do anything beyond what you already were. The only difference is you're going to have that so-called diploma in your hand, but it's not worth anything because you don't have the skill. So if it even it's, to me, that's not a real diploma. So that's the same thing with the trading. You got to put in the hours, you got to do the work, and that's either do it by back testing or forward testing, as LJ was referring, where you're taking your P&L. That's forward testing. That's also a way of testing. That's just done forwardly, meaning you're not playing with time. Time takes the same speed because it's just present time. You're collecting data. Okay, what if I do this? How does my P&L go? And when it's going down, is it because of the market, because of me, or is it because of the distractions that I have? And then you steer your ship in the proper direction, right? That's basically the same thing. The only thing is it's going to take you presumably longer because you don't have the ability to move forward time or back as you would in back testing. But it takes time. The bottom line is there is no shortcut in finding your edge and building your system. There is none.
Yep. So I think that, that's one of the biggest things that it's very easy to get drawn into this industry and think, all right, I can make money. Let me go buy, sell. Here we go. Gold. Yeah. Right. And there's way too much noise out there with regards to that. It's way too easy to get in and throw money at the market. Way too easy. Here's an example, right? Golden Bear saying, let's short here gold. How many people who are watching right now are now going to go and jump to the chart and go, this guy said short. Let me go and short. How many people are going to do that? Right? Do you see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to distractions, when it comes to the noise, when it comes to, putting you off your game. And I don't think it's something that is necessarily spoken about enough in terms of how there are people out there who are making good money. They've got disposable income and they just throw some money at trading and they look to make money from it, right? but there are a growing number of people that are looking for side incomes, passive incomes, or whatever they can get just to give them some extra cash to spend on all the stuff that life costs. And I think, I'm going through my own journey with therapy and all that other stuff. If I didn't have that, if I didn't have this group that we have here, and the fact that we all talk offline as well, if I didn't have that, I would be in a much worse place. And I don't think there are many people out there that have that support and have that, let's say, awareness flag to say, hey, hang on a second, remember this, and that's why I think these sessions are really important. I know that they might reduce our viewership, and I apologize, guys, if that's the case. If you're not getting the juicy trade ideas from us, and you're not getting the signals that you think we're going to get. By the way, we don't do signals here, but the reality is that this is trading life, right? It's tough, it's hard, and you've got to put in the hard work and then some to try and get there. Look, there you go. There's a second comment. Look at this. Bears are arriving to the terminal. Big bold capital letters. How many of you in the chat are going to go, oh, Golden Bear knows what he's talking about? Oh, look, right, here we go. I mean, guys, this is what you've got to be careful of. We can't hear you, LJ. You're muted, mate. I
was, damn it. No, I was saying, what else would you expect from the Golden Bear, right?
Well, exactly.
He's the Golden Bear,
But do you see what I mean?
Gold, of course.
If I didn't have the likes of Rich and Victor and LJ and all the other guys that we talk, I don't think anyone out there is going to be surprised that we all talk offline and we all, chat about our own trades and everything else as well offline, right? If I didn't have that group,
I'm your friend, Mike. Are we friends? Oh, that's so sweet.
Maybe. Can we be friends? Can we? But do you know what I mean? So if I didn't have that group, though, right? If I go back to myself, for example, 2.5 years ago when I first got into trading, right? I would have seen a comment like that in the chat. I would have been watching something like this, which has real value, and I would have seen that chat comment. I'd be going, "Where's my terminal? Let me go and have a look at gold." Oh, yeah, okay, Law, that candle looks like it might be pushing down. Oh, right, okay, yeah, look, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's it, right? That's not it. Do you see what I mean? And I think you've got some really good comments here. It is a lonely, hard road, right? And we're talking about it on ABL. We're talking about it on this live stream, right? Jonatan doesn't. He really enjoys these conversations, but the algorithm doesn't. Why doesn't the algorithm like it? Right? Because it's not exciting enough. It's not moving enough. It's not action-packed, right? Here's a question I've been asking when we've been looking at educational stuff for ABL. Why is it so easy for us to binge watch a Netflix series, but it's so hard to go and learn how to trade Forex or crypto or any of these other things? Why is it so easy for me to go home, sit on the couch, and binge watch Mobland or any of these other series out there? It's because it hooks us in. It hooks us in. It gets us emotionally. It gets us from an entertainment level. It gets the adrenaline pumping, which is why the YouTube streams where we are taking trades, where we are talking about things, they don't teach us anything, but they get the adrenaline going and they get the dopamine going. And it's, oh, yeah. Victor took a trade. Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Wait, hang on. I got to hop in just quickly. So when Golden Bear has left the stream, we're left married to that trade. We're the bag holder. Okay, so when we take a decision, it's got to be something we have conviction in. There is always going to be traders out there with different opinions and perspectives and ideas. And some of them traders are going to be phenomenal. Others won't be quite as phenomenal. So we can only rely on our own skill set. And actually, I want to just touch on what you said, Mike. Going back 5 years ago, I was sitting on my own, learning to trade. And it was, as chat said, hard and miserable. And so, but that's a choice. So think about this. Like if everyone in here right now sat there and said, you know what, trading is actually not giving me exactly what I hoped. And I kind of find that I'm going through it on my own a lot of the time. You have wonderful communities out there, Alphabet Labs. There are so many traders that are solo waiting to connect, and you don't need 50,000 people to trade with. You just need 1, 2, 3. You just need a handful of people that are willing to say, hey, you've been a bit quiet today. How you feeling? Someone just to go through this journey with you. And there must be thousands and thousands of traders that are just sitting there going, I wish I had someone to talk to about trading. What if you could find that in someone else? In the same way that we have that, and we're able to chat about trade ideas. And imagine if you could just, there must be so many people in Alphabet Labs. There must be so many people in the 5ers community that are just sitting there just like, I feel stuck. I feel lost. I don't know what to do in my trading. I hear these people talking about smart money and liquidity and ICT and supply and demand and Fibonacci's and Wyckoff's. And I don't know what works. The problem is there's so much noise, and it can all work. But it's like, if you can drive a train, you can probably drive a bus, you can probably drive a motorbike, you ride a motorbike, whatever the case. But if you've got the core skill set, a lot of this stuff, you will find it overlaps in itself as well. So I guess the real question is, are we short in gold?
Well, so do you know what I was just going to say, right? If you want to short gold, yeah, it looks like it's going to short.
I did take profit on my gold trades. So
I don't like the shorts yet, because we're stuck between these areas here right now, right? On the 5 minute, okay, we're stuck in this area here, and we're stuck in this area here, right? And on the higher time frame, this is where I really want to see us sell. I don't really want to see us sell from 403. I feel that's too soon, right? Right now, look, we're bouncing off this one here, right? So yeah, but I want to go back to what we're talking about, right? So JM, no, we don't talk about the weather, but we're also not giving signals, right? But this is not a signal service. You want a signal service, go to a Telegram and find somebody, give them your money, and there you go, right?
But yeah,
here he is. Look, he's still here, right? Because Golden Bear is getting the attention that he wants, right? Okay, so I'm going to give him the attention that he wants, right? But call me a cynic, right? But how many people in the chat watching this stream are now going to go onto YouTube, find Golden Bear's channel, and go and say, oh, Golden Bear, why did you think it was a sell? And go and follow him? How many? Because there are so many people out there that just dip into these streams and go, it's a sell, right? And they don't need to be right. They don't need to be wrong, right? But they've got somebody's attention, and then they can go and get you into their Telegram channel, and they can go and get you to give them 50 quid a month for signals that don't make any sense. And you don't even know why you're trading or what you're trading. But as Rich said, it's your money. You're the one with the bag. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want to be the bag holder.
It's so hard. It is so hard for people out there. And I think it is a really, really difficult to get into this industry and to understand that it is full of sharks. That's just pure and simple.
I treat it the same way as like I would real life, right? Where you have certain people, you have to attribute a certain like credibility score to them, right? You've got some friends that you'd go to for some certain things, and other friends you'd be like, if I ask this guy and his opinion on this, it's going to be some loopy whatever thing, right? So you've got certain people for certain things, and that's because you've sort of assessed that credibility level per that individual for what you're talking about. So the same way I think of that through trading and stuff. If I talk to someone about trading, I'll think about like, are they credible? What's their style? What's their approach? How do they generally think? Do they think very linear, or is it sort of abstract? And you got to pull those bits apart per that individual. The same thing, like if you ask, there's heaps of really good, stock traders. Say you ask various hedge fund managers, they'll give you different ideas, right? And you got to piece together the construction. They're not all wrong. They're just trading in different styles, different manners. Some are going to be more technical, some are longer term, some are shorter term, that kind of thing. But they're all great traders and great people. And then you got to find out what is the thing that you're looking to get from it, and does that align with their what's the word? Not recommendations, their input, whatever. And the other part with that, I do the same thing with each individual trade. Even though I have a long trade record and trade history, and I know roughly what the percentages are going to be of my probability of being correct, because you can just look at the data, I still individually look at every single trade and attribute like a probability score to that. So
but that's in your mind. It's discretionary, right? It's a calculation in your head. Yeah.
But it gives you that, forces you to think about it. Like, say, I often go, would I place this trade if I was playing Russian roulette? Like gun to my head, would I place this trade? And if you don't have a certain level of confidence on that, then it probably tells you immediately, like, scrap it, right? And that's kind of the higher level that I try and approach it to, right? Obviously, you're not going to have 100%, putting a gun, right? Of course, that would be silly. But you're trying to, would it be reasonable for me to feel okay with it, right? And so if it doesn't meet that mark, then I'll just be, maybe this is not such a great idea.
Exactly.
So
exactly that.
Jaden here has a very good comment. I think it comes back to the fact that our current, we touched upon this a few times before, our current society is geared towards instant gratification. Other comments we have here, and that's the issue we have with the algorithms, and that's why we're struggling to know how to present or frame the content we want to bring, because we know the content is good and you need it because we went through it, but we are basically on the wrong platform, because this platform, as many other social platforms, is geared toward instant gratification. It's geared towards, I want that good feeling. I want success now. And you're not going to get it from backtesting. You're not going to get it from hearing about how hard, how lonely, how difficult. That's not fun. That's not sexy at all. You rather just flip the channel and go, maybe click another, not flip the channel, but click another channel and look at the big P&L whoever trader is showing from wherever he rented to show off something he doesn't have.
Exactly.
So that's much more visually enticing for your perception. That's success. I want to follow success. And you see actual authentic traders talking about what it takes to become successful, but your mind is, because we are on social media nowadays a lot, some more than others, or YouTube or any other platform, it doesn't fit the environment. But that's how it is. Unless we want to create a new platform, guys, this is a reality of life right now.
This is the reality, and I think the point I want to make about these kind of comments from people and the suggestions of what you should get into and everything else, right? Golden Bear, all he said was sell. That's all he said. He didn't back it up with any kind of reasons or argument as to why he sees that or anything else, right? My advice to anyone out there, because I've seen it all, right? Get off Instagram, get off TikTok, right? And look for the people that are actually doing it and doing it properly and doing it well and are speaking with reason and rationale, right? You don't see Rich, although I secretly think he has got one somewhere in a garage. You don't see Rich driving around flashy photos with a Lamborghini, right? Victor, we know that he has one. That's why he wears the mask, so you guys don't know where he is, right? And he doesn't get mobbed for popularity photos. But the reality is, right, guys, is that the people that you want to listen to, the people that you want to listen to are not the ones that you need to listen to, right? The people that you need to listen to are the ones that speak reason, to speak rationally and logically and like an adult, rather than saying, hey, look at what watch I bought from trading, right? Or look at the Lambo that I got, all of this stuff. All that is marketing fluff. Nothing else.
That's fine. I got the pink Bugatti. That's it. Pink Bugatti.
I'm calling it as it is, right? If
it is,
if you were to give me a choice, right? If you were to ask me to go and follow any of these trading influencers out there, right? I'd be much more interested in following the likes of Rich and Victor and LJ and all of these guys than watching somebody who's flexing for all intents and purposes over on Instagram, right? And I'll tell you what, Rich, LJ, and Victor, will you find them on Instagram? Will you find them posting all of these things? No, you won't. No, you won't. So the guys that are out there flexing, they're too busy flexing to actually be doing anything worth your time, right? The guys that are doing something that's going to help you are the guys that are right in front of you. Okay, hang on. The guys that are right in front of you. All right. I'm just here for the comedy. All right. But I mean it, guys. I mean it. Honestly, this is the way to trade. Just if you're trying to chase things, you're not going to get anywhere, right? I still don't. I mean, Golden Bear, you may well be right, mate. And if you're selling gold, congratulations. I don't know where you got in. Well done, right? But I don't see this as a sell right now. I don't know if any of you guys do, right? But I'm not seeing a sell, right? So anyone out there in the chat seeing somebody post and say, sell the gold right now, just do whatever you need to do to program your brain to say, stop. Don't listen to this person. You don't know them. You don't know who they are. You don't even know if they're a bot, right? Because there are bot farms that are posting all these things out as well, right? Until you have got an understanding yourself and they're telling you why, validate it and then do your own thing. Don't just blindly follow, frankly, like a sheep and get lost in the trenches, frankly. And on that note, we do have some questions. So does the 5ers offer zero spread funded account for me? I love to trade 1 minute. I can't hold much longer. Brian, the 5ers have possibly the best spreads in the prop industry. On things like Euro USD, you will very often see zero spreads. It's not across the board on all assets, but on major assets like Euro USD, you will see that they do have it. Rich, I know you've got to drop off. LJ and I are dropping off because that's the end of our ABL podcast section. We've got Jonatan coming up shortly, and we've got Pedro as well. Victor, are you hanging around or are you dropping off as well?
I'm coming back in about an hour or so. So I'm also joining you in that dropping off.
Yeah. Marvelous stuff. All right, well, listen,
come
guys.
Join ABL tomorrow, though. Since we don't have join stream, jump into ABL. There is no 5er stream.
Jonathan's added himself and then he's bending over. I don't know what he's doing, honestly. Wait for me to do the transition, Jonatan, for God's sake, honestly. Trying to do a professional job here for you and you just jump.
He's gone. Get rid of him.
Oh dear. Guys, it has been a pleasure as always. You know we love you, Jonatan. There he is drinking his drink. But guys, thanks ever so much as always for joining us for the LBL session. We will be right back after this with Pedro and Jonatan after this. See you guys next time.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
You're both muted. Unmute yourself, boys.
I think he muted me.
Who?
It's not muted.
I didn't mute
I thought the
you.
intro was longer because I'm actually eating, so I thought like I guess long in.
Honestly, we've got to jump back in and just help you.
What is going on?
Muting yourself. What are you doing, Jonatan? For God's sake, honestly, what are you doing? I don't know. Come on.
Okay, now. Michael, it's fun. Like you do it twice, it's fun. The third time it's just annoying. Okay,
that wasn't me. I swear to God, that wasn't me.
Obviously, it's you. It's
that was
you.
That I swear to God, that wasn't me. Anyway, lovely to see you.
Okay. So I tried to make a joke because I'm actually eating here. It's food, and so I thought the intro was. Have I already said this about the intro being too short? Have you? Or was I muted when I said that? I think I said it 3 times now. I've been Pedro. You're very. All right, you're frozen. I'm
Give
like,
one
what are
second.
you staring at, dude? Oh my God, the quality is the blurb. ABL is gone, and then here we go. Here we go. Pedro, you got to talk to your
Internet
parents, man. You have terrible
No, it
connections.
was working.
Well, it's obviously not.
It
Not
was
working really
working
well.
just before.
Okay, no, it's terrible. Absolute terrible. Guys, look at what I got. Look at what I got. I got a payout. Got a payout. And got myself this. This is huge. Guys, this is huge. Look at this thing. First time opening it. Let's see what it is. Like this is...
Is that to run with 7 monitors?
Yeah, this is the new graphics card so that I can actually run all the monitors. Look at this thing. I've never seen something as huge as this. Like this is like it's bigger than it's bigger than my head, obviously. It's big. It's big. Not sure why I'm unpacking this on the live stream though, because I'm not gonna install it right now. But like I have a GPU that's like 10 years old. It's I thought that one was big when I got that one. This is next level. Next level.
Do you know how to set up that?
Pedro, I don't know what's going on with your microphone, but it sounds terrible.
Can you
Well,
hear me?
I can hear you, but do you have another setup that you had yesterday?
1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay. It's working. Nice.
Yeah, no, I can. Guys, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, the thing is, I spend all the money on the kids, you know, and then my fiance said like, we're not gonna buy each other anything. So I'm like, okay, sure, and then I get nothing, you know. Then everyone else gets something. Pedro, guys, let me know in the
Yes.
comments if you can hear him, if it's lagging or not, like if it's only me or if it's his connection. I don't know. Anyway, I got some news for you guys. I got funded today with the high stakes account. The problem is that I can't access the hub now for some reason. Oh, nice. LJ got funded as well. Cool. Both got funded on the accounts today. So yeah, got funded on the 20K high stakes, not the high stakes, the 20K hypergrowth account. So that's now scaled to 40K. Next target, we're gonna scale it to 80K. What's cool is, you know, we've done this on the live stream. Now, unfortunately, what I did was I went into the hub. I kind of linked my account with the Google account. Something happened, and I need to have the team fix that so I can show you the updates and everything. On another note, my the 100 is a 100K. And I'm doing the boot camp account, the boot camp challenge with the the fully automated trading account. That one currently is $100 away from passing phase 1. I figured we could take a look at that one quickly. Take a look at the trade that I'm currently in on gold. You can see right here, this is the account. This is the bootcamp account. This is not where the EA is. The EA or the EAs that I'm using is on a small little mini PC I got in the living room, which is cool because then I can like I can connect to that from this PC and kind of look at what it's doing and everything. Really cool just having that in the living room, doing all of the automated trading. So this account right here took a breakout trade on gold. I have not done anything manually on this account. If we go like right below the TP, it's we're gonna pass phase 1 of this bootcamp challenge as well. Now the reason why I don't want to change anything around this is because this account is actually the master account. I got this one copying over to other accounts, so this is actually the master account. So I want to make sure that I don't change anything here too much. I'm just gonna let it run. Just gonna let it run. Okay, so yeah,
Let's see what we got here today.
Congrats, by the way.
Thank you, Pedro.
Congrats on the
Thank you,
accounts.
Pedro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think honestly, you're yeah, you gotta fix that mic, man. You don't have a better mic. You don't have anything else.
Yesterday was working okay in the Portuguese stream.
Well, maybe you could try like going
Yeah.
in and out, going out and then back in or something, because there's obviously some type of. Miguel says it's internet. Very likely that it is internet. And Henry says, I also think it's internet. Henry, you are also very smart. Might be internet. I think you guys are definitely onto something here. Yeah, maybe it's not the microphone. Maybe it's just the internet. Okay, we are trading today, aren't we? Let's see what we got. Let me open up open up TradingView. Yeah, UK swing trader says it might be the internet speed. Yeah, nice. You guys are definitely onto something here. Okay, we got Modi. What? Sorry, I'm not gonna try. We all can read your name, but I cannot pronounce it. How do I get funded? Well, yeah, good question. So get an account, trade your system, follow the system. If you do not have a system, then build a system. So the follow-up question would be, well, how do I build a system? Well, first you got to learn technical analysis, and then when you know technical analysis and you know how all the different, price action, market structure, certain indicators, you start building a system. You start combining the things that you know, and you look for signals. You look for entry signals. You look for, oh my God, gotta get some water. I have
a simple process, which is
you have a simple process.
Yeah, just follow Jonathan's trade. He just got funded, so just follow him.
No, do not do that, because what happened today is this was actually quite interesting. I had a meeting with Saul, the CEO, right, the boss, and the big boss, and in that meeting, I was right when I entered the meeting. I thought the account hit the profit target for me to get funded. So I'm like, oh, nice. I'm closing the positions. Now, of course, I did not take into consideration the commission. So on the 20K account, you need to hit 22,000, right? 10%. And it got to 21,996. So I was $4 away from being funded. So in that meeting, I'm like trying to do all of this trading while having the meeting, and I'm like, I'm entering a long position, a bit too big of a position size. I get in on the very top, and then I'm like, all of a sudden I go from being like 0.001% from TP, and all of a sudden I'm down 2.5% unrealized profit. I'm like, wow, am I really gonna give everything back with that close? But then eventually I got funded on that account. And yeah, that was a very stressful morning, definitely. Very stressful morning. Can you extend the life of $5 in my hub, please? I don't really know what that means, and I don't think we can. But I guess reach out to support is something you can do. Okay, so I'm in that long on gold. So let's let's take a look at that.
Where is your target again?
We'll see. Well, on the EA, it's where is it? Like around 18, maybe. Let's see. So let's put the long tool on here, and I'm gonna input the actual numbers. The entry price was 3389. 87. And then my stop for this one is 3376.18. And TP is 3415. 94. Right there. That's the trade. I think it's decent on the lower time frames, but then if you look at the 1 hour, it's stop loss is not in a good position. But again, this is on the automated trading account, so I'm not really doing anything with this trade. But what's interesting here is you can definitely see that we're testing some sort of support area right here. So might want to look at taking a manual trade on this one as well. Let me know in the comments, guys, what you guys are watching right now.
Yeah, today we have a lot of news. That's something you need to be aware of.
Yeah, we got ECB interest rate decision at, I believe, 14:30. Let's see if I can confirm that.
Yes, we have ECB and environment claims.
That's right. We got yeah, starting at 14:15 my time, which would be 12:15 GMT. We got ECB interest rate decision, and then 15 minutes later we got Canadian trade balance, and then 15-minute. No, at the same time we have US trade balance and US initial jobless claims, and of course tomorrow we have NFP. Big day tomorrow. I've seen some comments, especially from Commerce Bank. They believe that it's going to be as expected, so we're not really going to see any major movements on EUR USD, according to them. But we never know. We never know. A lot of times these financial market analysts are not really, they're not always right. But seeing as though EUR USD is in a range right here, we're closer to the range high right here. We might see, if we get an unexpected number, we might get a break to the upside. But looks like the markets are pricing in no real changes compared to the.
Yeah, the focus today on the euro is going to be the ECB and the press conference. So what Christine Lagarde is going to say. I have that level a little bit higher as well that you have on euro dollar, and I'll be curious to see if you do have an extra leg up before potential shorts. So that will be a level that I'll be looking for, maybe close to 1.5. Yeah, around 1.5. Not 1.5, sorry, 1.15. 1.15 on euro dollar, I think, can be an interesting level to look for. So that's going to be maybe the first movement that you're going to have, and then tomorrow is going to be an interesting one because we can follow whatever happens today. Tomorrow with NFP can be a momentum, or today we have the momentum on euro, and then tomorrow with NFP we may have a reversal. So that's going to be what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah. Okay, let's switch over to MetaTrader quickly. Let's see if I can actually. You know what? I'm probably gonna have to adjust this this position so that if it hits TP, I'll pass the stage. So what we can do is how do we calculate how much money I need to make this trade to pass the evaluation? Okay, let's see. We have the balance of 26. I'm doing this on a calculator, right? So 26,334.55. We take that. No, that's stupid. So we take what we need, 26,500, is the target. And then we take that minus the balance, 26,334.55, which means we need to make $165.45 to pass the evaluation. And then we look at history. How much did I pay in commissions on this one? 0.4, which is nothing. So we can just we're gonna add $5 to this to make sure that we take into consideration the commissions. So I need to make 170 on this trade, and right now the profit is set to 260. So if you move this down to 170, that will mean that I will pass the first phase of the evaluation, which means just breaking those highs. So if we can see gold during today's session hit this TP right here, then I would also have passed the first phase of evaluation on the bootcamp account. And this, what I just did with manually adjusting the TP, that's the only time that I ever moved any of the orders on this account, which is pretty cool. That's your USD. No, that's not your USD. That is gold. We're gonna go into a trading view again, and I will adjust the take profit levels again to what I have on MetaTrader, which is 3406.97, which is quite close. We don't really need to see a huge move for that to work out. And if this holds as support, then I think we're fairly safe. So when we start the live stream next week, I would have added 40K to my my funding accounts, and also start the phase 2 of the bootcamp challenge. Now the idea is to take the funded account and add it to the EAs. So just automatically trade that funded account, and then get another evaluation account and trade that one manually. Trying to get those funded accounts stacked up on top of each other and build as big of a capital portfolio as possible with the automated trading bots.
So the funded accounts, you want to trade it, you want the bot to run them, and the evaluations you are trading manually. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I can so if I focus and if I put in the time, I'm able to pass evaluations much quicker than the EAs. But the EAs, I don't do any work. Like it's free money. Basically, I'm just making money in my sleep. I don't have to do anything, right? So just putting in the work to get the funded accounts, put it on the trade copier with the EAs, and then you just make money, while just add on top of each other. We do have a few 4 million account trader, but the exact number and who they are and things like that, that's something that we do not share, and it has not been shared with me privately. Would be interested to know that though, but I know that we do have a few. But for the people that trade at those levels that have the huge funded accounts, you don't really see them around. They're usually quiet people. They're usually like in the background, doing their thing. They don't really want the attention and things like that, because a lot of times it's going to affect their performance, So they're usually in the background, private people.
It's true.
Yeah. Yes, Timbo, trading using EAs are allowed with the 5ers.
what other positions do you have open in any swing position that you are in?
Right now, I have I just gold. I mean, I did have the account that I traded most actively just got funded, and I have not gotten the funded account yet. So I'm just looking to receive that, and while I wait for that account, I'm not going to be actively trading right now. Well, I do have. Let me see. So I do have also, of course, on my personal account when I'm doing more of the. I'm trading much more differently on my personal account with the swing trading. So let me go in and see if I can. I'm trading that on Oanda, and obviously I'm gonna, as you guys know, I'm gonna stop using Oanda because it's a good broker. It doesn't fit my system. Sometimes I'm getting stopped out on Oanda, but I'm not stopped out on the 5ers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch over to IC markets. Have very good conditions over at IC markets. I'm gonna switch over to them with my personal account. But right now I am long gold on my personal account because, as you can see, you know, the EAs are also connected to my accounts are also connected to the private account, and then I'm long USD JPY. No, you can't. All right. So, okay. So the question here is third-party EAs allowed. What I thought you meant was not the 5ers EA. Now, of course, you cannot use if you're going to use EAs, it's going to be your EAs that you have coded and you have created, and you're the only one trading them. If you are using EAs created by someone else and you're connecting to their EAs to trade prop account, then that is not allowed because that is copy trading or group trading, which is against the rules. So no, third-party EAs not acceptable. But if you have your own EAs, then you're free to use them if you're the only one trading with them. Just to clarify, there's a bit of some mistake on my end. And the EAs that I'm trading here, those are the ones that I've coded myself. It's my EAs that I'm using. Okay. Right. Yeah. Gold. They're looking for more upside here on gold. Looking pretty good. No other positions. Yeah. All right. I looked at my personal account. USD JPY. I'm also long on USD JPY, which is a bit of a weird situation because I'm fairly bearish on the dollar, but there's such a clean invalidation on this. So an EA is just basically another word for an automatic trading bot. An EA stands for expert advisor, and it's what MetaTrader calls a trading bot, basically, that will take trades based on certain conditions automatically. But an EA doesn't have to be an automatic trader. An EA can also be a position size calculator or whatever. But it's the word that MetaTrader uses for everything that involves like automated scripting and things in MetaTrader.
Yeah, correct.
Golden Bear says gold to 3,380. Let's look at that. 3,380. Why are you always looking at the other direction? Every time I'm long on gold, he says it's gonna go lower. Yeah, and I see what you mean though. 3,380, that's a great level for a retest. It might go down to that level. Definitely can definitely do that. So let's see what we get. It's absolutely possible that we get a retest of that level. Hopefully it's not going to go lower because I'm going to get stopped out if that happens, but it is what it is. I think so far the trades here on gold with this EA has a 100% win rate, but it's only been trading, it's been trading for 2 months and it hasn't had many trades. I think six trades. So that win rate is obviously not something to rely on. Gotta have like a number of 100 or maybe 200 trades to really rely on it. but it's very, very profitable in back testing. I have been 400 trades in 200 trades in 4 days. That's 50 trades a day. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You tell me. Is it a problem for you? Then it's a problem. It's what are you doing? Like how are you spending your day if you had the time to take 50 trades in a day? That's a lot of trades. But then again, I mean, we look at how Victor trades. He enters a position with like 20 trades on one position. So I mean, it's sometimes he shows me like, oh, look at the profits, like look at the history. I'm like, that's just a whole screen with one position of different trades. So yeah, 200 trades in 4 days. Yeah, not really going to be a problem. The question is, how are you doing that? And as Maria says, oh, that's definitely overtrading. It's not overtrading if you're following a system. I mean, what if you have a system where you're going to enter, you're going to build a position within a certain area, and you're doing so with smallest possible position size, and you have a big account. It's going to take many trades to build that position. You look at Saul. When Saul gets into the live stream and starts scalping, I look away from the screen, I look back, and he got 10 positions open. So of course it's possible. It's depending on what system you're trading. The thing is though, like if you're asking me if it's a problem, then it's probably a problem for you. But yeah. Brian says it's just an hour for me. No, I don't think so. I don't think you're placing 200 trades in an hour. That's a lot. Oh, we got a bit of a drama. Get a bit of a drama in the drama situation in the comments. Venetius says to Golden Bear, sorry to say, good that no one follows you because you are a reverse trader. You give a lot of false signals. Well, I gotta say, man, on this particular trade, Golden Bear, I hope you're wrong, but I have seen that you're quite right on many other trades. But now, what I need to see right now is a response from Golden Bear, so I can put that on the screen as well. No swearing, no personal attacks here, guys. Keep it clean, but a little bit of drama is always fun. Okay, let's see what we got on gold. Gold is moving higher. We have a retest off that zone right here. I think it's absolutely beautiful retest right here. If we can get some continuation to the upside and have the right type of interest rate decision a bit later, we might have the boot camp first phase we might have that first phase covered. Man.
Okay. What other pairs, guys, do you want us to look at? Just share on the chat what other assets do you want us to take a look at.
Good question. We got a question here. It says, great show, guys. Thank you very much. Regarding lot sizes, my method is to set my stop loss, adjust lot size to max 0.5% loss, then set my TP to whatever the risk to reward of that's for that strategy. Can you see any problem? Yeah, I do. I actually see a huge problem with this. You're trading based on risk to reward. And then I got to ask you, do you have a fully systematic way of trading where you know that the certain risk to reward falls within the right profit level for the system? Then absolutely that's what you should go with. But if you're trading on price action, trading based on risk to reward makes no sense. If you're looking to trade level to level, I got something in my mouth. I got it. 1 second. All right. Like I said, I just had lunch before this. That would be very, very disgusting if I try to, whatever. Do not trade on risk to reward, guys. What you want to do is, if you're trading level to level, and you have a specific win rate, and you know what your average risk to reward is, then you might have a rule that says no trades below this risk to reward. But to set the TP based on a specific risk to reward, the market doesn't know. Like the market doesn't know what your risk to reward is. The market only knows the levels, right? Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah,
That's
an interesting question. If I was about to share my opinion, it would be, as Jonathan mentioned, I don't know if you can hear me or not, I hope you can. If, as Jonathan mentioned, you do need to have a strategy that has been tested. Sometimes having a target of specific risk reward and every single trade like that, it just helps in terms of decision, or helps to back test it. But for example, myself, one of the first things that I look at is actually the target. Before I actually execute the trade, I'm looking where I'm expecting price to go towards to, and then I may trade at level or not. But I actually start my thought process before executing a trade on where the target is. So the target actually for me matters more of actually before the entry as well.
Pedro, do you think maybe, I know it's probably your connection, but maybe you could like restart your PC or something? Try to because if it worked earlier with the Portuguese stream, then it should be working now. Maybe it's not only only the connection, maybe it's something with the sound drivers or something like that. So if you could like do restart and come back, maybe that could fix the microphone, because unfortunately it's very difficult to hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'll try to restart this. Be right back.
Okay, beautiful. All right. Analysis on UJ. I'm gonna give you an analysis on UJ, but it's not gonna be the one that you want to see, because I'm probably you want to see a short on EUR/JPY. I'm not gonna give you a short on EUR/JPY. I am only gonna be looking at this from a long bias perspective, because I am long on EUR/USD, which means I have a emotional bias. Looks insanely strong. Here. Look at the cyclical nature of EUR/USD/JPY here. Whenever it hits this level, that's the that's the multi-year low. Now, to be fair though, that's it. There's some weakening of momentum here. We see a weakening of the trend. There's a change in characteristics here, and what I mean by that is, okay, let me see if I can talk a little bit softer. It feels like I'm yelling all the time. Now that my voice is almost gone, I have a reason to sound a bit more civilized. Maybe be a bit more civilized as well. Okay, so what I'm saying here with the fact that all of the touches of this support level right here have had a very strong reaction, like straight to the upside. A bullish engulfing candle, and it goes at least on a weekly basis almost straight up to the range highs, at least the range EQ. But what you get right here is not a bullish engulfing candle, bullish nonetheless, but not a bullish engulfing candle. You have a downtrend leading into the low. This is not a downtrend. This is not a downtrend, because it's basically just on the weekly. It's basically just one move to the downside, one move to the downside. But here we have a structure, have a lower lows and lower highs into the level, and you are now creating a higher low here. And you might look at this and say, well, a higher low is bullish, right? A higher low is bullish. Well, it doesn't have to be bullish in this case, because the fact that price is retesting the level so quickly after bouncing the first time is a sign of weakness. It's a sign of weakness of this cyclical move. So even though this could be like a double bottom, could view this as a maybe not a double bottom, but could view this as, you know, support being tested over and over again. It's definitely a weakness. But the trade I have in is this, with stop loss down here, and then I'm looking for a move all the way up here. I'm looking for a cyclical move all the way up from the range lows all the way up to the range highs, and I'm looking to hold this for several weeks. Now, I'm probably gonna get stopped out, but that's okay, because the risk reward is good, and technically I like the trade. If we break the support to the downside, I will flip short. And I will be looking to take this trade down to this level. I'm looking to short USD JPY if we break down here, down to the 135 level. That's what I'm looking at on USD JPY. But we have strong support here. We have very strong support. But as you know, the more a support level gets tested, the weaker it becomes as support and stronger as resistance when trading, when testing it in the opposite direction. But we'll see. Probably going to break down, but as we know, anything is possible in the markets. If we're going to get a move, we're probably going to get it around NFP. I'm thinking people are waiting for NFP for positioning their trades. So that's after NFP is probably when we're going to get the bigger moves. And I'm not talking about the volatility that comes in because of the market, because of the news event. I'm talking about the moves that are going to happen maybe a couple of weeks after NFP, after people have positioned because of NFP. We don't see a lot of movement right around the event. What I'm going to do right now is I am going to put on the voice news for Financial Juice, and I'm going to try to activate the sound. And I'm gonna see if it works. Give me a second. Okay, so let me know if you guys can hear this. Okay, so there's gonna be a voice saying voice news disconnected. Let me know if you can hear that. Did you guys hear that? Yes or no? No sound. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna try it once again. You hear it this time? Okay. No, nothing. Well, it didn't hear it. Okay. It's weird. Right, so let's just share the tab then. Now I want you to let me know if you can hear this.
Voice news disconnected.
Did you hear that? It should say voice news disconnected. Perfect. Okay, so now we can see what the actual number is live, and we can switch over to EUR USD. We got the numbers coming out in about 2 minutes. Let's look here on the 1 minute on EUR USD to see what we can find here.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the ECB deposit rate.
Got 1 minute. As we know the numbers, which is going to come out in about 10 seconds, we'll switch over to EUR USD.
10 seconds. Cut, 25 basis point cut, 25 basis point cut, 2% as expected. ECB interest rate cut, 25 basis point cut, 25 basis point cut, 2.15% as expected.
As expected. Yeah, okay. So we got a big movement on EUR USD to the upside. Let's switch over to TradingView. Here we have a big move to the upside here on the 1 minute for EUR USD, but quickly being bought back into the previous range right here. So we got the news coming out as expected. The numbers is as expected. So we got the deposit rate is 2%, is forecasted at 2%. Everything is as expected. The interest rate is 2.15, expected, forecast 2.15. Actual 2.15. We got the forecast for deposit rate 2 and actual 2 as expected as well. So next up, we got the Canadian trade balance and the US trade balance and the US initial jobless claims as well. So we're going to be monitoring that as well. For EUR USD, because of the numbers being expected, a lot of people did obviously expect the expected to happen. I believe that EUR USD here is to remain range bound throughout the session. No trades on EUR USD based on this, in my opinion. Let's see what we can get here. EUR USD, nothing. Now the interesting part is, what is gold doing? Is gold affected in any way on this? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is looking good right here. Looking at 1 minute, do we have any major volatility because of this? Not really. The next major news event that we have is US. What was it? US initial jobless claims coming up in about 14-30 minutes or so. And we are going to monitor that one as well. I'm going to try to find a way to get the sound into the live stream. Testing. What is this? Okay, just gonna try this again. Testing. Okay, this working. Okay, gold moving higher, looking very, very good. Finding a good base here on the 1 hour on the 1 minute on the retest. We're probably gonna see higher prices. Hitting the TP here on this move would mean that we I'm not asking if you hear me, I'm asking if you hear the voice on the app. Yes, I'm gonna try a different setup here, which might look weird, but we're gonna try it anyway. Nah, we're not gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna try again. Do you hear this?
Voice mute.
Do you hear that? Okay, you heard that. Awesome. Okay, well, nice. Nice. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Whatever that means. We got the US initial jobless claim coming up in about 10 minutes, so we're going to be seeing if we can get any action on that. Testing. Yeah, I don't want to be I don't want to increase the volume too much on that because we got gold dropping sharply here. What is going on right here? Gold is absolutely dropping sharply here. So we have we're obviously having some comments from the ECB right here. Let's move over to your USD. Yeah, we're getting a lot of spikes here on your USD as well, but not as big as the ones we're getting on gold. Down to low time frame support though, so I have not broken the structure just yet. Okay, we're still waiting for the US initial jobless claims coming in up in 1 minute. So we're recovering a bit here, looking good. Like I'm very invested in this trade right now, maybe a little bit too invested. Like how the 5 minute is shaping up here. That's a good wick right there. What is happening on the 1 minute? Now, this isn't really telling me much because this volatility obviously is created from a news event, right? And it's not really telling me much because you have to wait a bit. You have to wait a bit for price to kind of calm down and for it to make it sing. Pedro, you're here. Can
Yes.
say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, it's
more steady?
okay. I think it's better. Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, I think it's more steady. Yeah, I'm using the microphone from the headset, but I think now I'm not lagging as much. I think it improved a bit.
Yeah, it had much better. Awesome.
Yeah. So we had the news, right?
Yeah. As expected, as expected, and we didn't really see Euro USD do much. I would think that it's going to continue to range here a bit until we have the NFP event tomorrow. Now, of course, if the initial jobless claims comes out here and it's something completely different, then that might affect the price of Euro USD, of course. So yeah, we'll see what we get here.
I think the main point is going to be during the press conference. So when Christine Lagarde actually speaks, we may have more movement. So that's going to be the important one. And also, I think one of the topics may be what Trump, the possibility of Trump applying 50% tariffs into the Eurozone, and what's going to be the response from Christine Lagarde. I think that's going to be an interesting one. We'll see. We'll see what will happen. But I'm still expecting volatility on Euro pairs at least today for the next hour or so during the press conference. Yeah. All right. Morning, Avery. Welcome. All right.
Okay, what are we? What are we thinking? Thinking up or down on
gold.
Yeah.
Let me open my gold chart. Let me see. Overall, gold just continues to break highs, right? So this recovery since we created the low last month or so, gold has been just creating new highs until eventually gets to the other top. So yes, we haven't managed to break any lows. So basically, price is moving down, but respecting, then go up, then continues to go. Now broke a new top in here. Is gold going to target this top in here at around 3,440? That's kind of a good question. If that's going to be eventually the final destination of the longs on gold until eventually finds new selling pressure, that's going to be an interesting one. Now, is it going to go up just directly from here, or is it going to retest yesterday's low? That's a level that potentially price can still react from. So I'll be paying attention to see it. Yeah, can react from this level of support resistance and go up again, or can kind of get a little bit deeper into this level and go higher. Basically, phase zoom in a bit. That's basically what I have in here.
Okay, so number go up. Number go up, basically.
Yeah, as long as you continue to respect the previous low, I think there's continuation to the upside. So I'll be continue to focus on that one, and I think we can maybe target that 3,440 top at this point. Alejandro, bienvenido, welcome. I think actually the The5ers is investing also potentially in a Spanish community, as it's doing something similar to what it did with the Portuguese, even in other languages. I think Japanese, maybe Indian as well. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's something that the The5ers is working on. So the same way that we have the Portuguese community. By the way, today we are going to have our second giveaway to celebrate the 1,000 subscribers. So thank you very much, everyone. Yes, I think eventually with time, we may have also Spanish trader creating content in Spanish for the Spanish community.
Yeah, you know, at the The5ers, we're constantly looking to explore, different communities, opening up different communities for different in different languages and different parts of the world. So if you are someone who thinks that, you know what, I'm a good trader, I have experience with maybe live streaming and all of that, and you think maybe you want to join or build a Spanish community or anything like that, you can always reach out to the The5ers. Aussie community, nah, you know what? They're just too much trouble. It's too much trouble, not worth it. It's not worth the investment.
Yeah, you have LJ representing it, and that's it.
Yeah, it's good. LJ is like, he might have his 15 minutes of Aussie community here in the live trading room, but that's it. That is it. Nothing. No more. All right.
Yeah, just to show a little bit of the euro. So basically what I'm going to be looking for and what I've been waiting for on the euro eventually. And I would love to see, something like this playing out. So that's still what I'm going to be looking for. So I would love to see it euro, maybe today with the press conference, to make a leg up. So basically break even this week's high, getting a little bit closer to the level 115 that I mentioned before, and try to see if we do find selling pressure or not at around that level. So that could be something interesting.
We have
maybe
news,
get there.
We got the news coming out in 25 seconds, 20 seconds right now. So we got the US initial jobless claims coming out in now 15 seconds. So we're watching your USD here right now. We got some volatility coming in to the gold market right now. So we got 7 seconds to go. Let's see what the numbers are saying. I'm going to try to update you guys as quickly as possible. So expected is minus 66. No, minus. Okay, expected is 235. 235K as expected. Is expected. Let's see what the actual number is. Is the number out? Yeah, 247. So higher than expected. U.S. initial jobless claims is higher than expected. U.S. trade balance is lower than expected. And U.S. labor costs is higher than expected. U.S. productivity is higher than expected. So yeah, we got a surprise here. Not a big one, but a surprise nonetheless.
Baby, to the moon.
Yeah,
you have euro here.
To the moon.
Victor, welcome.
Hi there.
Okay.
How is everyone after this news? It's been only 1 minute. There's a lot of there's a big 1 minute candle. It's too early to say anything, but it looks surprisingly well. Or actually, not surprisingly well. It looks, it just looks very good. Let's just put it that way.
Are you long? That's the question.
I am. Yes, I am. I am long. I'm long from yesterday.
That's why you jumped into the stream like this, yeah?
Yeah. Of course, yes. I'm still long the trade from yesterday. For those who are watching, if you haven't watched, you still can. You can go to YouTube channel and look for yesterday's live. At the end of our stream, I showed the trade. I took some profits at the end of the day, and I left the rest run for whatever comes with the news. And it seems it's playing out nicely. So I'm still in with 60% of the position, the volume of I had yesterday.
What is your target? Where are you looking for a final target?
I have in this case, I have my initial target was the ATR and a little bit below an H1, I think it was, or maybe an H2 order block, H1. But I didn't reach it, so I had to take the profits that had at the end of London yesterday and left the rest. My target for the actually let me show my screen.
Yeah.
Maybe I can
definitely.
I can let me. It talks easier, and it's I think it's nicer for everyone as well. Let me set things up. In the meantime, I can say I have a daily target, and I'm actually also eyeing a weekly target. But I don't know about a weekly. That will be TP3, but I'll still have to consider that depending on how the market behaves in the next couple of days, I would say.
Welcome to the 15-minute of introducing our host of the Australian community here. Henry has requested a Aussie community, and I said you can get 15-minute worth of Aussie community, because otherwise it's just, you give them too much airtime, it's just going to be problematic. But here he is, and he wants to show something.
15 minutes, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to just come into hijack. Look at this. It's beautiful. Look at that Euro trade right there.
Hold on.
All I'm
there
seeing is
Pedro's. There we are. Beautiful. There it is.
Nice. Look at that. It's nice right there.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's all. Thanks, guys. Bye.
What's the... That's what I'm saying. But he only shows when he wins, never when he loses. Like, only shows the good stuff. You ask him show us the losers. It's like there are none. I don't have any.
Victor,
let me show.
Isn't that the same trades? Isn't that the similar entry that you had?
I'm not even on.
I don't.
What?
Okay, I don't know.
Let me know.
The trade that I'm gonna be showing. Let me still trying to get everything here, the correct one. All right, so I'm gonna. This is the trade from yesterday that I took. It's not showing. Hold on. There. That's the trade that I took yesterday. And at the end of the day, let me improvise an arrow that we use on the trading view. Yesterday, of course I was expecting something around here. I think that my target was at 40 something. It didn't reach there, and the end of London came, and normally you will see market starts going sideways, volume slips away from the market, and it's tend to go sideways. That's exactly what happened. I took a profit of normally I would take around 50%, but in this case I took 40% because I have multiple targets for my macro targets as well. So I took profits here. In this case, I didn't bring in my stop loss. Normally, once I close once I close partial profits, I would put my trade for zero risk for letting it for overnight. But in this case, because we had the news today, two news actually, interest rate on the EU and the numbers that just came out, I thought I'd rather give it more room, that even if it's a little bit, because there's an order block there, it could come down. And if I were to put it in just BE, it could just as easily, not just as easily, but it does happen, comes down, wicks me out, and then continues the other direction. And I didn't want to have that risk, or I didn't move my stop loss into break even. Of course, now I could just wait for a bigger, like an H1 or H2 candle close, and then I'll move my stops, my stops into profit. But the target, and actually you can see here, for those who are wondering what these are, I did have signals today short. I shared this in the group we have among ourselves, and the trade, all of them, not all of them, but they all failed. The whole structure failed, but the signal was valid, and I took a couple of trades in here. The last one, it was obvious that it was going to close, so I closed them in at break even, just not really profit, but I aborted basically. But the other ones, they simply failed, and I lost a couple of hours there. But that's part of the way I trade, right? Because it's very high risk reward ratio, low win rate, and I get signals that I have to act upon. And I was looking to a possible TP into this area lower, which it never came close to, right? So even while I was holding the long, I had signals short, intraday holding longer times long, which the intraday failed. Sometimes a lot of the time that happens actually, but sometimes I can get actually two. So while I'm long, I can get signal shorts, get TP on them on high risk reward like 1 to 5, 1 to 7, or 1 to 8, and then continue. It continues with the higher time frame direction, which is of course those longs that are from here. So that is the trade basically. And now there's not really a lot to do. I'm going to switch back to your screen, Pedro, if that's okay with you, because I'm going to switch back for the analysis on TradingView, which is of course much better compared to MT5. All right, so there we can talk about the targets and so on. You asked me, Pedro,
exactly.
Yeah, you asked me what are the targets, and the whole idea of the entry was this area, right? I typically do this. Not typically, I do this all the time. I have a structure, either a quasi or a fresh order block, and having multiple time frames, having confluence at certain areas. I call that alignment. When we have alignment and price does fractally, right? So in different time frames telling me the same story, the same reversal pattern, the same quasi, that's where I start getting interested in my signals. Those ones that I took the day before the actual trades that are now running successfully, I had a couple of losses there. Actually, I had one, to be fair. I had a couple of losses. but the entryway came from this structure, this area in with two horizontal yellow lines. The idea is that I want to have one which is it today. Actually, it hit the intraday target, right? That was my target. There you go. You can see the H1 order block, and I front run that with a TP. You could hold these TPs for longer, but I don't like the fact to have a position open overnight, because we see that all the time. You know, whatever force, whatever narrative that is visible and obvious for everyone on one day, the next day can change completely, because there's that time risk. You have another session in between. You have the Asian session, and then comes London. A new session comes in, and sometimes things change completely. And I'd rather just take the take profit, which I took from around this area before the day ended, and I left the rest run. Once I have that, I no longer look at a trade. I start a new day looking new opportunities, and whatever happens to this trade, since I already closed partials, I'm already in profit. And that was a eye opener moment, a game changer moment for me, because if I were to still be pending of the actual the original entry, I would be under stress for days on end with all the ups and downs of the market. The whole day, the market doesn't go straight up, almost never does. So that's very uncomfortable, and that takes away a lot of mental equity. At least it did for me in the past. And my solution was that I take my partials and I put my stop loss where, according to my trade plan, I move it into profit, and I forget about it. Basically, obviously, I don't forget about it, but it doesn't occupy mental space, my mental space anymore, because I will just check it maybe once, maybe twice a day, and I will adjust if there's anything to be adjusted. But typically I'll be looking for other trades, and that's how I can take the sell signals and even believe that they can work, because otherwise I won't take them. And while I have a long position, it's a little paradox, kind of way contradictory to trade that way, but that's what I found to be the best way for me to trade, and my data and results support that. So what I'm looking for on the daily time frame, and the reason that I took the daily, why I can hold this trade even though I trade with a very tight stop loss. These aren't the tight stop losses that I enjoy having, which are about 5, sometimes 4, even 3. Sometimes they have a bit wider stop. Tends to happen sometimes. But the reason I was able to hold them and upgrade a intraday trade into a swing trade was because it was, while being a intraday trade, right, which you have the H4 and all the other confluences and alignment in place, it also had a daily order block in its alignment, right? So I can expand, and that's exactly, see that area? That's exactly the idea. I talk about this all the time, where the market creates these structures, right? These so-called order blocks, has an engulfing, creates that, and it comes back the next day. And this is the wick that stopped me out the day before, but it took another day to finally change direction. Sometimes that happens, right? And that's why I trade with very low risk, because once my win rate isn't that high. It's actually quite low for a lot of people. I don't get 50% of the time the trade in profit. It's more about 30-35% on an average basis. But the thing is, once it gets back in, it retests this. That's where you want to be getting on the lower time frame your trades in, and that's exactly what happened here. And once you have follow through, I talk about this all the time. Once you have follow through, this is the movement price did, right? It was a bearish candle, the engulfing, the retest. In this case, the retest took overnight, so you have the following candle still being retesting the structure even deeper, and then changes direction the following day. and you have the follow-through movement, right? If I didn't have anything, I would just be targeting this, right? If I didn't have any reason to think, this could go much higher. However, if you look left, we don't have any structures here, not on the daily. What does that mean to me? That means that there is very little, that the chances that this price can continue, what's going to stop it? Higher time frame traders looking at this, and they say, yeah, what's going to stop this? This doesn't look like a
so I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a bit.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jonatan. The structure supply zone, which is going to stop price, right? It can still, trading is a game of probabilities. We say this all the time. It can still fail. It can still come back. It can still not reach target. Everything is possible. But in terms of probabilities, price action will tell you that the probabilities are quite good if there's nothing to stop it to the left, right? That's the whole basis, the whole premises of technical analysis. You look to the left, you look at the historical price to give you an indication, give you a probability of what's likely to happen in the future. So there's no order block here. Obviously, if you go to lower time frames, you will find some H2, perhaps some H4, but we're talking about a daily order block. So you're recognizing that's a daily order block. You need to be looking for a daily structure or maybe a weekly structure. What's going to stop price? And I don't have any, right? So I can target close to that high just to begin with. And if you go to the weekly, do we see that on the weekly time frame we have a structure here to stop price? There's the big wick. It's a nice pin bar. It's more than 50% the range of this candle. But in terms of order blocks and quasis and so on, it's not very convincing that this is going to stop price in its track and make it go the other way. It's still possible because everything is a matter of probabilities, but the probabilities aren't exactly high, meaning that on the weekly basis, you can actually expand the TP to be something a little bit higher than just this high. How much higher? That's a little bit difficult to project, but I have I've shared you guys with some ideas where you can get you can use the ATR for that, and you have 225. If you see it below the left lower corner, right here, you can see that that's the one of the. Let me put this way. This order block on the weekly hasn't been formed yet, so we can't use it. This is the only established definitive order block we have on the weekly time frame, right? Remember, you gotta look through the lenses of the weekly time frame. And this weekly order block, we can measure the ATR when it was created, and that is, let's mark it here, that is 225, and a rough estimate just based on that order block is 2 times that. Sometimes you go even 3, but 2 times it has a very good chance of reaching in absence of any other reasons for it not expanding that much. That means 450 pips from that top. At 450 pips, we're talking about 1.17 as a projection. I don't have a reason until I have a new data to think that's not realistic. And because I don't have anything else, right? The next monthly is all the way up here, which is it's not before. If it were to be before, I could target that, but it's not. So I'm going to be targeting that area for now, but only on a portion of my daily volume, the volume of the position, I mean, right? So, but it's still, I still need to I still have to see confirmation of the weekly time frame that this, for example, closes as a bullish on the weekly, right? And we need that follow through. We need that bullish order flow confirmed, and we don't have that. The only thing we have is a weekly bullish structure, just one. It's not too much to go with. I would have preferred price come into it and then reverse, right? If that were to happen, I would feel much more comfortable holding that position to 117. But for now, I'm eyeing for that possible extension of a portion of the daily target to a weekly target. So basically, I hope I still have you guys your attention. I know it's a long explanation, but that's the trade. So I'm glad, but it's sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It did hit the target, the intraday target, but I think you got to be responsible. Before all, it's not about being right. In this case, if I held it through the night, I would be right now. But it's much more important to be responsible than to be necessarily right. You can still be right but lose the account. That's not going to help you, continue in your growth as a trader. It's the same idea that you need to be, think about risk before thinking about profits. All right, so that's check the chat.
Christina Lagarde just started speaking. That's why we are seeing a little bit of an increased volatility on the euro as well. So she just started a little bit of the press conference right now, for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what will happen. She most likely is just reading the statements until she starts with the Q&A as well. So yeah, we're expecting more volatility on the euro. Basically, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, there's certainly volatility. This is the interest rate, and this big handle is the numbers from the U.S. economy. And now you see all this volatility as the market digesting both of them, and Lagarde talking. And whenever she changes tone, you would see this go up and down, because basically the market is trying to gauge what their intentions are, the central bank, the ECB, based on the wording, the tone, and all the nonverbal cues that you can get from a speech. And perhaps the question as well in the end. I don't know if there's going to be questions. Do you know that, Pedro?
Yeah, there's going to be questions. Yeah, there will be questions.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to that's the trade. It's and it's very important, at least for me. I wouldn't be able to hold this if I were to look at the P&L as it's going up and down 20, 30, sometimes 50 pips during a day, or during perhaps a couple of days. I mean, that can be a lot of money. And if you're going to be thinking about the P&L and seeing all the ticks going up and down, all the fluctuations, it's not going to do you good. You're not going to be a good trader, because it's gonna get you at some point. It's gonna get you. So I don't think about this anymore. I'm looking for the next opportunity, right? So if there's nothing, for example, we do have an order block on the H4. I don't think I will take a short, but if it presents itself, I would still take a short, even while holding that long. As you can see on the lower time frames, these were my shorts that I took earlier today. And this one didn't lose anything. The last one, the first one did take a hit, which is okay. All right, so let's. I'm gonna check the chat while I try to catch my breath. All right, so we have a lot of people saying no in the chat. You guys had a question for the audience?
No.
About half an hour ago.
Yeah, that must have been a long time ago.
Yeah, maybe 2 days ago.
Yeah, but the most recent comments are Enrique saying that he has the same vision that you have on the euro, but he's hoping for a pullback before going long. So we'll see how that plays out. Me personally, on the euro dollar, I would like it to go close to 115, which is still above this most recent high. So that would create a little bit higher. So 115, it's something that I'll be looking for on the euro. And then we'll see how price may react from there. Yeah, that's mostly what I'm looking for on the euro, to be honest.
If I may share something with the audience, we don't have a bullish structure, a demand zone based on the order blocks to get a new trade. At least I would, right? You can still go long based on other things, but I don't see anything. The other thing is the only thing is we have a bearish structure, but it's obvious that the momentum is to the upside, right? To the market structure is to the upside. So that idea, even though if I have alignment, but my alignment means H4, H2, H1, or for every those things, for all of those things to align, it puts the odds in your favor. But still, I would say if I were to take that trade, and these trades, you can see these trades, right? I'm not trying to catch a lot of the market, right? Even though I get a signal, these trades, I recognize that the bias is to the upside, the momentum is to the upside. I can still take a trade for a short, but these are only going to be, like in this case, they failed, by the way, but that's beside the point. They're only going for 20 points, sometimes even less, right? But because the stops are very tight, they're still profitable in the long run taking these, even if in this case, in this occasion, they didn't hit TP. But what I was going to say is, because of the high volatility that's coming in, and don't forget, tomorrow we have NFP still in the books to be announced. So, if you think this is very volatile, wait for tomorrow, right? NFP can still push price much higher, and maybe it will surprise us how far, if it continues, which we don't know. NFP can come and change everything completely, but if NFP happens to be pushing price in the correct direction, correct in the direction that would be correct for me, for my long trade, it can be much higher. But what I want to say is this: because of the momentum it's high volatility, a market condition, it's obviously, the market structure, it's obviously, if you look higher time frame, let me take everything off. Do you have a doubt that we're currently, in an uptrend? Not really. You see, we are higher highs, higher lows, higher. We haven't taken out this high yet, so we can consider this a higher high. But it's very clearly that we're in uptrend, and the market is trying to continue higher. So there's no doubt about that, right? If you look at H4 and certainly if you look at daily as well. So it is unlikely, right? And we don't have, look at this, we don't have let me change price feed just to get everything off. We don't have, let me put it here. On H4, we don't have, that was what I was looking. On the H4, we don't have any structure close by on the other than this. So if I'm looking for an entry, I'm looking for that H4 order block to be created before I can start building my case. But we don't have that currently. We might get that later on today, perhaps. Maybe we get, on Friday. Who knows? But what I know is that my system needs time to develop, right? My strategy. So I already know that it's not likely to develop a signal, not from this area for the coming days, even though I know that it's likely to have perhaps some continuation today, tomorrow, if everything keeps lining up for price to go much higher. So what you could do in cases like this is, what I would, if I had to trade without the H4, is look for the next level. What area do we have in this complex, right? That tells us where is price likely to come back to have that continuation, right? We always look for that retrace, retest of some structure of supply zone before that continuation happens. So I can identify this H2 And because it's this high volatility area, that is to me a very nice area where we could come in and perhaps even squeeze a little bit and then continue later on. If I mean, this is something perfectly possible in terms of probabilities, because you're unlikely to see H4 create a structure, right? For an H4 to create an order block for us to trade from, it's going to take at least 2 to create a order block and at least another one to retest it. So we're talking about 12 hours at least, but we don't have that much time between now and NFP. And by the time NFP comes, it's going to move away and leave you behind. So it's unlikely to happen and create, the base of that setup. Meaning you could adjust the your basis to look for trades for something a little bit on the lower time frame, meaning on H2 or H1. And the H2, I can identify this one, and on the H1, I actually can see something a little bit closer by, which is this order block. Current price where we are, it just closed, what is it? How long ago? 1 minute ago. It's exactly this order block on the hourly. Now, this is the area that I want to be looking for along, right? So I mark it down. This is not with confluence. This is just one time frame. So it's not going to be a very high probability trade, but it's still perhaps useful to trade. You go to the lower time frames and you look for reasons here to tell you that the price is doing this, right? It's doing a quasi, breaking, and then coming back to something that makes sense for price to continue, right? Because that's what we expect. We expect with the news, the initial spike, we expect price to continue. It can break and go the other way, and that's fine. You're going to be wrong. You're going to lose an hour or two. But the idea is to catch it with a low time, with a low stop, put it below the invalidation area, and continue to target for higher prices, because that's the direction of the momentum, right? So that's one idea, that H1. I wouldn't trade it simply because I need that H4, but it's still tradable. And otherwise, we could look for an H2 at that swing low point, which is this order block when price comes to it. But as you can see, it doesn't have alignment, which is only just one time frame telling you that, only the H1, only the H2. Obviously, that's not as high probability as having H2, H1, and or H2 aligned. All right, but that's still something that I think is useful for others to know.
All right, guys, I'll be replaced by Josh now. So thank you very much. I'll continue to try to solve my internet issues or whatnot. But for anyone that speaks Portuguese, feel free to join us at 5 p.m. Yesterday it went quite well in terms of the connection, and we are going to do our second giveaway to celebrate our 1,000 subscribers. So yeah, feel free to join us, subscribe to the channel. That's a requirement to participate. So yeah, I'll add Josh now into our beautiful panel, and he should be here.
Hello,
welcome,
how are we
Josh.
doing?
Welcome.
It's great to
Hey,
be back.
Josh. Well, Pedro,
Welcome.
thank you for your time, effort, and I didn't notice any internet connection issue.
That's good.
So I'll see you again soon.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Bye-bye, Pedro. Josh,
We're back
how are you doing
again.
today? Yes, we're back
Yeah,
again.
not bad.
All right, so I saw something in the chat, someone asking about NAS, and that would be fun. So let's go right at it. Why the NAS went up with no news? That was how long ago was that? That was
When did he put the message in the chat? Because I
about
know
7
which
minutes
move he's
ago.
talking about. I know which move he's talking about. So if I just share my screen.
So we right now we have the NAS trader. You trade the NAS, so it'd be perfect if you could check if you can see the reason. Maybe you can, and tell us, our viewers, about it.
Yeah, okay, so what I'll do is let me just bring up my financial juice on my phone just to see, because I know we had Lagarde speaking, obviously that's ECB, so it doesn't typically have the same amount of impact. However, there's always volatility in markets whenever someone with significant power is talking. So my assumption would be that it's around what's going on there. I know that that's I don't know whether it's a Q&A in the sense that it's pre-asked and the questions are already known, or if they're questions that are being thrown to her directly without any knowledge. So usually if it's a pre sort of set question and answer sort of demo, the markets don't typically care because we usually know what the sort of general consensus of the chat will be. However, if it's not, and some questions get thrown in and there's an interesting response or whatever, we can see increases in volatility. I'm not seeing anything which would have indicated that significant spike in volatility, which I'm assuming you mean is the 1245 candle, where we got this significant rally from 720s to 860s. But yeah, we're in an interesting position. Thursday, I sort of spoke about the whole situation with Thursday being one of those days where, okay, we've got some news. We've got, if I just look at my June 5th, we've got Trump's doing a bit of talking later, but there's not a huge amount of.
I'm going to interrupt you, Josh. Excuse me a little bit. We have that. I just talked about it. This is on the 1 minute. Look at that. This is the H1 order block right here. For those who were interested, that was the area where we expecting some price to come back and perhaps have the continuation of the move. And this looks very, very promising. Look at that high, big candles coming in. And that's typically where you want. That's why, right? It's not a coincidence. This is the area you want to be looking for your entry long, right? For that continuation, not when price shoots up, right? You wait for price to come back to some demand area, and there you look for your indicator, for your structures, your patterns, whatnot. But that's where the area you need to be waiting and get ready to fish for that continuation move. Very, very technical, very beautiful. We'll see if that holds on, if it has continuation and follow through. Back to you, Josh.
Am I right in thinking that's the same trade as yesterday, or what? Give me some context, because I haven't watched the stream prior, so apologies if you have already explained it. But I know that you were in a trade that we did a bit of coverage on towards the end of yesterday's stream. So I was just interested to know, what's the context behind that now?
My trade is from earlier, from yesterday. I still have a trade on, and that trade is I closed my partials and it's still running, and I'm gonna leave it run for probably some time. I don't think it's gonna hit the target. Well, who knows? But I don't think it's gonna hit target like today. So it's gonna run for at least a day, or probably a couple of days more. But what I'm talking about is more that I was explaining that I'm looking for a long, and if people are looking as well for a long, and it makes sense because higher time frame, we're coming from below. We just the weekly level, and we're it looks we had a shallow retracement, and we're getting back, creating those structures. And I was building the case that you want to be going long. However, it seems to me that you need to personally, I would wait for the H4 to form and create structures. But currently, where we are, H4 doesn't have time to create any structure anymore. It's probably not going to happen. And because there's a more heightened volatility, it's likely to just start running, and you don't get a chance for that continuation. I mean, for the retest on an H4. And that's the reason that I said you want to be looking for something on the lower time frame, maybe on that area, or maybe on the H1. And the area that I indicated on the H1, you then want to go to the lower time frames and look for reasons when it comes back into that area on that H1, and you look for your reasons to go long from that area. And I saw this as you were talking, and I feel a little bad to interrupt you, Josh, but this is like a time sensitive, and I'm sure the viewers will appreciate that. As soon as I saw this, I tell them, well, this is the kind of move you want to be seeing, either as a confirmation to get in, or if you're already in because you got in here already, that's the confirmation that you're catching the right move. Look at that. I indicated, I think when I mentioned it, it was around here, if I'm not mistaken. We can look that back, and you can see how the market creates this order block on the H4 with all these news coming out. This is the ECB interest rate, and that big candle is the dollar macroeconomical news, high impact news. Price comes back into that area, and then it makes the move for a possible continuation. Always possible. We don't really know the future. But coming back, so that's the context, Josh. So it's not a trade from yesterday. The trade from yesterday is still running for swing targets. So I'm going to put your...
I just wanted to get a bit of context back on that. That's great.
No problem.
Okay, so looking at NASDAQ, I sort of briefly touched on this yesterday when we were talking about the market volatility, certain news releases, when they happen, and how it should potentially impact or change the way that you approach your trading. And Thursday, this is the sort of day that I usually take an approach slightly differently. I know we spoke about sort of, okay, do I change my strategy because of news? Does it have a massive factor? No. However, in my experience, a Thursday before NFP on Friday can usually be a bit of a weird day to trade. We usually sort of sit around a bit. We've seen a bit of volatility from other news. I know someone said, someone gave a bit of clarity that which didn't come up on my financial juice. Unemployment claims were higher than forecast. So that would explain some increase in volatility there on the NASDAQ. So for me, what I'm looking for really is a continuation of the move higher. I don't like to sit. I'm not looking for any trades when we're midway through the retracement of this massive wick that we got. The wick in itself is 50 points, and it's a big move with no real sort of aside from the unemployment claims, there's nothing really concrete that I can go off. So I'm looking for a retracement higher, a setup that I'm sort of foreshadowing the market here, because what I am interested in is whether this happens today, I'm not sure, but I'd like to see a continuation back through the 860 level, and then we close in that 860s, and then the next 4-hour candle would come down and retest the 802s. It's a sort of textbook setup that I'm usually looking for, with like a retracement back into the prior high for a continuation, or again, just one of those zones that I'm looking for on the lower time frames as an area that I'm interested in longing. Obviously, I placed a trade yesterday, which for those who were in the stream yesterday saw. Doing a bit of sort of debriefing on that trade, I was in that trade for over 20 minutes, which is not common for me at all. And I think there's a few factors to that, because we were clearly in an uptrend. There was clearly a very strong chance of a continuation. I don't think I even took any drawdown on that trade. But for me, that was a good example of taking a trade and just wanting to let it run to where I think it's going to go, rather than trying to take multiple trades in the same area. For me, that's going to be a similar case as today. I don't want to be in a trade for that long, though. When I'm scalping, and I don't think we're going to have that problem today with the volatility, but I am sort of taking some feedback back from that trade and thinking, okay, I don't want to be in trade that long, unless it's a similar type of setup. But we're sat in a bit of a weird place right now. When I'm looking at lower time frames, I'm not seeing anything massively attractive in terms of a setup. Because we just have had that strong move, which has pushed us into the 860s, and then we've come straight back down, sort of back into that middle of the range. So I would be interested in a continuation higher, but like I say, Thursday's an interesting day for me, because I'm not actually trading tomorrow, because I've got some meetings in London. However, it's the day before NFP. I think you've got to play it a bit more cautiously, because there's anticipation in the market. Traders are waiting for NFP tomorrow. So I feel like days like today can typically be quite choppy, which makes it hard for me as a scalper to find the right executions, a high quality setup. So today, I always reiterate, since I joined the stream, patience is key, and today is one of those days where it applies even more than it typically would, because it's one of those days, day before NFP, play it by ear and remain patient. But overall on the charts, it's a difficult one, because I remember someone, I think when I tuned in the stream a bit earlier, maybe it was you, Victor, or Jonathan, I can't remember. But you were saying how when the news gets released, it's very hard to go off anything in terms of analysis, because anything can happen in that news release. You could get a massive spike, and for no reason, you just okay, well, that sort of scuppers my idea of what I was thinking would happen in the market. that's a typical sort of situation for me right now. Is I'm waiting to see whether we go back into the 860s or run back into 710, 720s. So we're sat in a bit of a weird place at the moment. I just feel like today is a day where we experience chop, and I've just got to be patient.
Josh, I didn't want to interrupt you because the audience is they don't want me to interrupt you.
You want to be careful.
But, I want to be careful. I don't want to step on Henrique's toes. I'm just poking fun, just making fun. Josh, I want to take a little break of about 4 or 5 minutes. Is it okay if I come back and is that going to be okay for you?
Yeah, it's fine. If I
Okay.
yeah, I'll do a bit of a chat with the chat, and we'll go from there, because I'm interested to learn more about your guys' approach, how you approach days before NFP, and yeah. So give me your thoughts. From what I've just said, from my experience as a trader, I play days like today more cautiously. I want to learn more about you guys. How do you approach days pre big news event like NFP? What is your typical approach to the market? I'm expecting answers here, so don't leave me hanging, guys. Okay, Resta, it's a good point. I really want to take, I don't know if I can select these trades. I don't think I've got the permission to do so. Okay, I don't. I'm just going to read out your chat and we'll go from there. Resta Kase, I really want to take a trade, but the chop reduces the quality so bad. What's your advice? My advice very much is, if you're in a chop session and you don't do well, your strategy doesn't perform at a high level during choppy market conditions, don't trade. Don't trade. The last thing you want to do is get into a trade when you know that the quality of the setup isn't there. You then place the trade and go, oh, I got stopped out and I know I should have taken that trade. You know, we're getting to the end of the week now. Tomorrow's going to be a very difficult day for me to trade. That's why I'm not trading. I'm taking the day off, have a longer weekend. But you don't want to go into the end of the week on a bad note. You'd rather execute to the highest level. If you're not seeing the trade, or you're seeing a trade but it's in market conditions that you know you don't particularly do well in, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the drain on your emotional capital as a trader. You want to be executing where you can be confident that you're trading the right market conditions, you're executing at a high level, and you're following your trading plan to the fullest extent. Because it's just psychologically, it's a good way of you to go, you know what, I'm being disciplined. Discipline is an edge. I know I was writing some notes yesterday. Discipline is absolutely an edge as a trader. It's sometimes more important. It's all well and good having indicators and understanding what trades to be taking and having a high win rate, whatever. It's also important knowing when not to trade. That's a fundamental part that what we see at Mate Trading Work is a good example. But what we see is traders don't know when not to trade. So they have these really good runs, but as soon as there's a slight adjustment in market conditions, whether we have a news intensive week or something's happening in the markets like tariffs, for example, back in the last month, when the market conditions change and traders can't adapt, it can be catastrophic for them, because sometimes the best advice that I can give a trader is to step back, leave the markets. There's always another opportunity, live to trade another day. So that would be my advice for you, Risa. UK swing trader, you've been in the chat a few times. I know I've spoken with you a few times now. Reduce size, more selective, absolutely. Yeah, take your risk off the table in market conditions that are more volatile. That's sort of a textbook idea. So yeah, I completely agree with that. Typically, we don't approach the market. Again, look, this sort of goes back to what I was saying about if you're not seeing the market clearly, or you're in an environment that you don't typically thrive in, the best solution is to close your charts down, take a walk, and leave the markets. That's always the best advice. Josh, pre-NFP is an opportunity for big players to run stops both sides of the market. Yeah, for sure. But at the end of the day, I hear this a lot. It's like the people that say, "Oh yeah, trade like the banks, trade like the banks." It doesn't apply. The amount of people that I've spoken to, because I have families that have been involved with trading floors for banks like Goldman Sachs and that sort of industry, very different to retail trading. The approach is different. you can't trade like the bank as a retail trader. So just focus on the way you trade. Yes, it's an opportunity for big players, but don't even let that get into your judgment. Honestly, just focus on where do you execute, what does it look like for you, and play that accordingly. I know the majority of people in here have either said they're not going to trade NFP, they're going to be very selective with their trades, and they're going to reduce size. And I think, honestly, that is pretty much where I'm going with the whole sort of idea of that's how you should approach the market. So yeah, very interesting to know what you guys think. Victor is back. And yeah, Victor, what are your thoughts? I'll sort of throw this question to you. I don't know if you heard my question or if you want me to repeat it, but yeah.
I don't know what the question is exactly about the big banks or the institution.
No, so the one before. So how do you approach days like today, pre-NFP? Does it have a huge impact on the way you trade? What's your typical approach?
Yes, I think it's very important to understand, and because the market is not the same. Let's be clear about that. The day before the news and the day after the news, and if you have a week loaded with different multiple high impact news, it can be even more complex. But typically, the market will have a waiting stance before the big news, because the market, whether they're retail, institution, it doesn't matter. The market as a whole doesn't want to take a position before the news is actually known, right? So because that's a risk. What if it's completely different to what you expect, of what they expect? So you will see that the market will tend, not always, they will tend to go sideways and compress. The more we get to the news, it will compress. So that's one thing. That's very typical of the anticipation before the news. Then the day of the news itself, you will have the market not being totally different and very volatile around the news, meaning you get a lot of more, the chances of getting slipped is actually very real. On normal market conditions, slippage is minimal, if any. But with NFP, for example, or any other big, I'm gonna switch to my screen, Josh, while I talk, because I see that the EU is flying from that area. That H1 order block comes back, and that reaction is just beautiful.
Absolutely.
Mamma mia. All right, so
it looks like a distant memory now from where you were looking not that long ago. It's absolutely flying.
If I'm not mistaken, when I interrupted you, I believe the price was around here, if I'm not mistaken, and now it looks very beautifully expanded. But coming back to the original question, or the question at hand, so the day of the news itself, the market will behave very differently. One of the things is, in terms of risk management, if you have a stop, especially if the stop is very tight, if very close to the current price when the news comes out, there is an actual very real chance that it will not be executed. Your stop will not take your trade out at the desired level. But who knows, 5, 10, sometimes even more pips away. For some people, that's not a big deal. Like if you're a swing trader, you already have a stop of 50 or 30, then a couple of 5 to 10 pips extra, or even 15, it's a bummer, but it's not going to break your account. But if you are a trader, scalper, for example, that's why Josh and other scalpers don't scalp around, right in the news. Although you could argue there is enough volatility to do, if you're very, surgical precise, you can get in and out on those micro moves with very, but that's beside the point. Coming back, so people who have tight stops will have I'm one of those persons, one of those traders, where I could have, if price comes, let's say it's 5 pips away from my stop, and the news hit, and we have a gap of 50 pips, which sounds extreme, but it does happen from time to time. That means I could get perhaps slipped by 20, 30 pips, and my stop was originally only 5, meaning it would be like 5 times, maybe 7 times the risk that I was running original, or was expected I accept it at the beginning. So that could be a real risk for your account. So one thing is the risk. I'm very aware of that the stops are not going to be honored necessarily. And that's nothing about the broker or even the prop firm. It's about just market condition. I mean, with high impact news, that is, if there is no price available, it will execute it at the next available price. And that could be pips away, many pips away. That's one thing. And the other thing is, you just by observation, you don't have to have huge amount of experience in the market, but just by observation, you can see that around this news, the market tends to wick up and down before it actually chooses direction. So if it doesn't make sense, if you are, pre-news getting in with, even if it's not too tight, but still within that possible range, you can go back, let's say NFP, and measure the last 20, 30, 50 NFPs and look at the average range of, maybe the first 5 minutes or the first 50 minutes or whatever you think is suitable for your strategy, and make sure that your stop is, if you're going to take a trade before the news, that your stop is not within that range, because basically you're statistically just giving the market money, right? Your chance of losing that trade is very, very real. And it's likely what's going to happen, because just the range will take you out. Without it, you don't even have to be wrong on the trade. Just the fact that you have an adequate stop will already take your trade off. So you don't have any edge there. Those are the couple of things that I think about. But in my to bring it back to a more personal question or level, I trade according to my back testing, the news doesn't matter. So if I have a signal that is an hour before the news or a day before the news, I treat them equally the same way. The only difference is that right before the news, maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes, I have to check the distance to my stop. If it's within that range that I just referred to, then there's no reason for me to have that trade in, because the risk is not worth the possible profit. So I will abort. But other than that, I trade as usual. I do know that, though, that my best trades are not taken not taking right before the news. Actually, my current position is a very good example. My good trades they are using the news as a catalyst, but they are taken much before, right? So because once you are in the news like a day before, 2 days before, and then the news comes out, it doesn't really matter if it wicks 20 pips up and down. You're already in some good profit, and then it pushes, if everything works in your favor, it makes a catalyst to your direction. So my best trades, if they have a great move of the news, is not taking on the day itself, but before, the day before, or even 2 days before, or even the beginning of the week. So those are the things that those are my consideration on the news, as in my trading.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you said about it comes down to precision and the way that you're trading, because again, if you're only targeting a small amount and the potential slippage on the trade could cause you big problems. If you're only like me, it's a classic example. I'm typically only trying to get 10 to 15 points. So if the slippage is that, it's just unrealistic. And again, it relays back to what I was saying about the fact that these news events are infrequent relative to the number of trading days that you trade, right? So you're better off if you don't adjust well to them, and most people don't. As a general rule of thumb, and unless you're a swing trader like yourself, Victor, where you're less impacted by instant volatility. Obviously, if you're a scalper on a lower time frame, of course, it's not even realistic for you to want to place a trade. But yeah, it depends on the precision of your entries. And yeah, if you're a scalper, don't even consider it. It's just not worth it. It's not, because there's no logical reasoning as to why you'd place a trade or hold a trade through news like NFP in particular.
Yeah, I think as a you could scalp like really fast right after the news. I sometimes do it, but you got to be very aware what you're doing, because you know, it's very dangerous. It can go wrong very quickly. So, but it's you know, not holding it through the news as a scalper, but right after the news, when you have the initial move, maybe even within that initial move, you can catch something. But as that initial move is retraced a little bit, and you catch that continuation, that's a very common trade. I take it from time to time, but I don't like the stress that comes with it. I prefer to have my my setup that builds with the H4 and has multiple entries. To me, that's much more. It fits better with my personality. But I have to confess, I do like the excitement that comes with scalping those moments. But it's not the best fit in the end for me as a trader.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I don't personally trade around news. I typically wait sort of 5 to 10 minutes after, just to wait and see if we get that decrease back down to regular volatility. I can understand it, and like you say, it is a common thing for scalpers to do. But again, it comes down to your risk tolerance and understanding exactly what the risk could be. Because like you say, slippage on some trades, if you've got a 10-point stop, you have to go, okay, if this runs 25 points against me, I have to be willing to accept that. That's the really important bit. Understand the risk. It applies to any trade, right? You've got to understand the risk, but you have to understand the amplified risk of trading and the uncertainty of risk during trading news environments like NFP. Yeah, so let's just jump to NASDAQ. So obviously market's just opened. We've seen a breakout of this little sort of 20, what are we, 80s to 30-point chop range. This for me is like a waiting game, because I want to see either run 860s or run the retrace the lower this candle at 720. So I don't want to be trading in the middle of this candle because there's nothing for me to trade here. I'm looking for a continuation really, if I'm going to try and get that wick test through, and that would rely on a continuation, and that's not what we're seeing right now. So yeah, right now that's my viewpoint on NASDAQ. We've just seen. I was interested to see actually if we run this 800. We struggled to get through it, and we slapped pretty heavily off it. But yeah, for me in these situations, I'm very much waiting for a retracement in either direction of the candle that we got through at 12:45 or whatever. It's very much a waiting candle for me, because I don't like this sort of thing.
So you would be waiting for price to reach either one of those extremes to start thinking about a setup, right?
Yeah, which is exactly what we're getting now, as you can see.
Yes.
That for me purely is just I don't want to be trading in the middle of that candle. It just doesn't excite me. It doesn't typically work for me because it can be quite choppy. So I'm really just waiting to see if we have now retraced pretty much nearly to the low of that candle. But for me to be interested in a trade, I want to get out of this range, which I call it a range because we chopped before market open quite a bit, literally in the middle of this candle. So I'm waiting for some continuation in either direction. I don't care which direction. I'd like it to be to the upside, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm not interested in trading this.
What needs to happen for you? What you say it's a waiting game. You want it to get out of the range, but what needs to happen? Like in the next, we have another 20 minutes for the stream. What would if let's say what could happen for you to say, okay, this is my trade, this is my setup, I need to get a position in?
Yeah, so for me, I just need I need to have a bit more confidence in continuation of a direction, to be honest with you, because as you saw, we pretty much bounced whatever that was, 726. We just bounced it. We didn't quite get some continuation back through the 700s. So this is typical pre-NFP trading for me. I've seen it hundreds and hundreds of times before. I just want to see continuation, and I'm not seeing that at the moment. I'm just seeing us sat in this sort of range of 800s to 700. We're just stuck in this area. I just want to see continuation. I want to see us get out of this area that we're sat in, because it doesn't sit right with me. So for me to place a trade, once I have some confidence in continuation, so if we are making a move to the upside, a potential example of a trade that I could take is if we get some strength back through 800s, we start cracking this 810 level, maybe a pullback into the range. If I'm confident that I see a continuation, which in this sort of conditions is going to be difficult. But if I see a breakout, it's not a full breakout, but if I see a breakout of the short-term range that we've been in, maybe a retest back into the prior highs, which we saw pre-market open, maybe there's a long opportunity there. But that is very subject to me being confident that I think we'll go higher, in the next hour or so. Even though I'm not going to be in the trade, I still want to be taking a trade with the trend.
I wasn't, I'm switching back to my screen. I wasn't looking at NAS for a trade, but if I were to trade this, this is the order block, right? This is the ignition of that move. That's where the market was before. That's where I want to be getting in the trade. And we can see clearly how that doesn't happen very often, very neatly as it is. But that's the kind of the things that I trade at a scalp for, right? So these are very clearly visible for everyone who's watching the market on the lower time frames. There is one order block there, and if you can't see it, it's because you have your eyes closed, right? Because it's right there in front of us. Yep. So when price comes back, you can expect some kind of a pop. It doesn't mean it's going to move, completely the other direction. As a scalper, you're not looking for the big move. It's just a little reaction. You get your trade in on the lower time frames, right? This is already on the 1 minute. You could be looking at the even sub 1 minute time frame to get in, or you just mark it in and put your stop very close by if you're watching the end of the candle, for example, and you can get in and have that little pop, and it can be something within the minute, because you could be targeting. I would be targeting these lows easily. If I were to trade this, that's 27, 26. That's plenty of for a scalper to be catching. So I'm not trading NAS, for the record, but that would be something that I would be interested in. The first retest, by the way, if it comes back the second time, I'm less interested in that. And this is NAS, which I don't trade, but it's exactly the same thing, the same concept, the same reaction, the same price action, the same setup that I use everywhere on EU, GU, gold. It's obviously there are nuances, but once you can trade on one pair, you do have to adapt a little bit when you go to other pairs because of volatility, because of the time of the day, right? NAS moves at different times than EU and other assets, but the recurring or the overarching idea or concept is, basically the same.
Yeah, and I think that's the similarity between order blocks and wick tests, in the sense that the first test is always the best test. That's something that I think sticks with a lot of entries regardless, but especially wick tests, because you're looking for a rejection of that price. When that rejection of price happens, you need to be in the trade then rather than the second, because you've already seen what's happened in that trade. You've already seen if it's rejected or not. So there's no reason statistically why we would see another retracement of that level. It's very rare that on the lower time frame we get a complete double bottom that does hold for 20, 30 points. Usually we see a pretty quick run through of that same level. But yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think it's an interesting place, because that would have been a fairly tight stop. If I was going to trade an order block in that sense, it was 726s, I would have been able to get away with a 10-point stop, because that low of that prior candle could have been my area of invalidation, which is sort of what I was talking about if we did get the retracement through that. So if I was going to long that, absolutely the potential there. So yeah, it's an interesting position, but I just don't like the way that NASDAQ's looking. I just don't enjoy the way that we're sat right now. It's not a market that I'm looking at and going, wow, there's so much opportunity. I'm almost sat looking, okay, I'm just waiting for some continuation. The 1 minute for me, I don't like this. We're still undecided whether, we've had the opening candle and a bit of everything, but we're still not completely decided. I just don't like this. This just doesn't.
I understand.
This is sort of still choppy for me.
Yes. What about the higher time frame? Do you have any idea? Do you have any bias? There's anything you see on the higher time frame, like say on the H1, H4 daily, that you see, okay, this is something worth we talk about?
Okay, yeah. So what I did want to see, and it would have been nice if we'd seen it at market open, would have been a clear run back to the highs, so 860s. Because then what I would have been looking at was a continuation through that, and then maybe a pullback to the prior highs again. So that could have been a fairly interesting trade for me if I was confident. Again, it comes down to that confidence in continuation. But as you can see on the 4 hour, we've just completely slapped it. And we're now coming back through running those lows again, that's a good example, Victor, of where if you were taking the order block, you wouldn't take it again there, because as you can see, you would have got stopped out. I would have thought if you place your stop below those lows. But yeah, on the 4 hour chart, I'm not seeing a huge amount. I'd like to still see us run back through 860s, but that's now 145 points away. I don't think it's realistic in the short term, but yeah, I feel like next stop really, if we continue this heavy selling back, this wicks here is interesting at sort of 680s. Yeah, I just want to see a bit more continuation. If we just bring up the comment from Vinicius, I just explain that, because as a scalper, oh yeah. Hang on, I read your question slightly differently initially. I thought you said as a scalper, I can see so many opportunities on this chart, but you didn't. Okay, as a scalper, I can't see so many opportunities to scalp NAS on this chart. How can be a consistent scalper on NASDAQ this way? It comes down to knowing when not to trade. I mean, we're in an environment that is pre-NFP, as I've said a few times. We're in a different trading environment, so the market condition is going to be different. And if you don't thrive, it's important as a scalper to have a comprehensive understanding, whether that comes from back testing or whatever, have a clear understanding of the type of market conditions that you thrive in, whether that's a continuation of a trend to the upside, downside, whatever. Or do you like trading chop? Some traders really do. They like trading the short-term range on the 1 minute chart. They can do really well. Great, that's fantastic. But it comes down to knowing that as a scalper, there are lots of opportunities in the market, and it's important, rather than going, yes, I could place loads of trades every day, it's important to be very selective with those trades, because there is so much opportunity. It's important to filter out those high quality setups amongst ones that could be a bit reckless or your risk management's not quite there. But to be consistent as a scalper, yes, you often place more trades than if you were a swing trader, of course. However, it's important to know what market conditions you thrive in, which ones you don't thrive in, what your risk tolerance is, and understanding the quality of setup you should be taking, because you don't need to trade every day as a scalper, although there may be the opportunities. You just have to know what market conditions you thrive in. We're in an interesting time pre-NFP. Like I say, I'd take it more cautiously. And I think if you want to build consistency, it's important to know when not to trade, but make sure that when the setups do present themselves and the market conditions that you thrive in do present themselves, it's important that in those moments you do execute.
All right, nice for that. Thank you, Vinicius, for those questions, and everyone, keep those coming. The stream is what it is because of you, because of your interaction, your questions, your comments. It's the engagement that makes this stream the stream it is. In the process, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and make us able to continue to grow by bringing more content to you, as we have done in the recent past. And as always, I want to talk about a little bit, Josh. I'm going to take with your permission, if that's okay with you, I'm going to take your graph, and I'm going to look at something that I talk about for some time, actually almost all the time, which is the ATR, right? I talk about that quite. I mean, for those regulars in the chat, if it's not order block and quasi, the next thing you will hear me say is ATR, right? The range, the daily range, the 100% ATR, and so on. So this is the moment to understand. Let's measure what the daily range has been so far. So we go to the low of this candle. Now in this case, it's not very visible, so I'm gonna go to the to H1 to make it a little bit more visible. Let's see. We have there's a bit too much information there, but I already marked it with a daily low. You see that? That's the daily low from today, obviously. And we measure from that low to the current high so far. right? The day isn't over. The current high, as you can see on the chart, current high of the day is 90.5. Okay. Now, why is that? Why am I measuring? Why is that important? We have to be conscious of the fact of what the day has already given us in terms of risk of range, and what is typical, right? What is the average? Okay. So currently the ATR, if you look on the lower left corner, you'll see right here. I hope you can see that with my cursor jiggling right there. It says 91.6, meaning on whatever number of candles I set the ATR on, that's the average of those number of candles. And we just measured that the current daily range is 90.5. There you go. I think there it is. That's it. That's the daily range today. It's not very visible. That's why I went to the 1 hour. Now, if this were a normal day, an average day, a typical day, I would say, and you're in a day trade, I would say, this is a nice place to start, thinking about taking profits, right? Because the market has done roughly 100% of the average move it does. Why do you expect it continue to move if beyond what's average? That would be true for the average day. And now the question is, when you're using the ATR to gauge the daily possibility or the probabilities of your targets being hit within that same day, is this day a regular day? Is it a typical day? Right? I'm gonna check in the chat, see what you guys think. Is this an average day? What do you say? An average day, very simple, very easy. Is it a simple day? Is it an average day today? Do you look at the market and say, well, this is how the market moves every day. Nothing out of the ordinary. Let me know in the chat. Let us know what there is a little delay of about 20 to 30 seconds, I believe, between when I say something, when we say something, and when you guys hear it. And of course, you have to type it. So it takes a little while. But let me know if today you think, very simple, easy dunk, is it a regular day or not?
I was wondering about the delay, actually, because I asked the question when you went, and I was like, come on, guys, don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging now.
Yes, I think the delay is quite longer, perhaps today. Maybe this is in that sense also a different day. Henrique says it's a regular day. Okay, who else offers anything? Who else offers anything? Any other ideas? Thomas says, I think not regular. It all came together. Andrea says, ATR is a pretty useful indicator, but like most of them, the default value of it is completely random. I mean, what does 40 mean on an hourly chart or daily or whatever time frame? No logic. Andreas, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I'm going to talk about that setting in a little while, but you didn't answer the question. The question was, is it a very typical day? Well, I'm gonna pop the answer. Look at this bar. There's nothing typical of this bar, right? How many times do you have a 1 hour candle that goes 76 pips? Obviously, that doesn't happen every day. It's not typical. It's not average, right? It's indicative of the high impact news we had today, meaning today is not a typical day, right? You don't have ECB giving out their interest rate decision every day. That only happens once, I believe, every 3 months or 2 months. You don't have although you have other news, but today is not very typical. So what I'm going to with this is that since today isn't a typical day, maybe we shouldn't expect just 100%, right? The ATR indicated that 100% was 91 pips, but that doesn't apply for today because today is not a typical day, right? By all means and sense, it's an outsized day, right? You can expect today to have a bigger range than a high impact day like any other day where you don't have these kind of interest rate decisions coming out, as well as US dollar high impact news after an hour or so. So a day before NFP, right? So those things are not very typical. So when you recognize that, you can use the ATR in your favor. Say, well, normally I would take my TP, I will take my TP right here, and that's it. But today, I would say it's not entirely unrealistic to expect some kind of a continuation, maybe during the rest of the day, maybe even through the next session, the rest of New York session or the Asian session. And even the next day, right? You could have that continued push to the higher, maybe not in such big candles as the current one, but certainly it will drift higher as it would a lot of the time do. So that was one thing I was going to say. And Andreas, you hit on something quite important. You got to know, what settings goes best for what you're trying to do, right? In the case of a daily, if you're using on the day one, I would say the setting of 5 makes a lot of sense. Any idea why? Because you have 5 trading days in a week, right? So it gives you, of the last week, right, the last 5 trading days, it gives you the average. And if you have the setting at 20 on the daily time frame, that represents obviously a month, right? So you got to understand, you got to look for that logic and test out if it makes any sense in your data as well, right? No, it's not only logic, but you use some logic and you see, you confirm that in your data, that you see that the market reacts on these levels using the ATR at these settings. On the hourly, I would say the ATR on the hourly, you could use, I don't know, 12, 20, 24, right? Representing one day and things like that. And in the end, there's not a wrong or right setting, like an absolute. It's very dependent on what you're trying to do with it. And so maybe on your strategy, you need to have only the last couple of bars in your ATR calculation, meaning you only want maybe 5 or 6. 20 wouldn't be useful, right? Because you want to be close to recent past, meaning the last couple of bars, as a good predictor of what the range will be in the next couple of bars. Okay, so but you're absolutely right on that one. Perfect. All right, so that move is very nice. The trades that I have opened from yesterday, they are about 5, almost 6,000 in profit. But I'm gonna let it run for some time. I'm not in a hurry at all. My target, if they hit target, they should be at about well, this is including the weekly target, which I have, but it should be around 12,000 profit. But I'm gonna leave it running for some time. Maybe at the end of each day, I will assess if I can continue leaving it. Like if it reaches very close to a certain target and I see NFP come in, you wanna be conservative and just take what you have and leave only the weekly for that longer, further away target. And
yeah, I'm just interested on that. Sorry, go on.
And Enrique, yes, I do trade GU. It's EU and GU that I trade most. But in principle, I could trade gold or any other pair. Nothing changes. It just, these are the level, the assets that I build my case on, and since I can only focus on a limited number of things at the same time, and I use a lot of time frames, I cannot afford looking at 28 pairs and filter them out. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm because of the way that I break down the market, it's no, it's not. Hamishi says, I understand where you're coming from, Hamishi. You could have filters where you just very simply look, okay, which one are in play today, and I'm going to be trading those. And I have done that kind of a trading in the past. But if you're with us for some time, you will see that my breakdown, my top-down analysis, before I get to even consider a setup, is quite elaborate, right? I can take and these levels, they imagine doing that on 28 pairs every day, right? So you're not going to be very efficient. And in the end, I don't need 28 pairs, right? I get plenty of signals on my EU and G. Not only that, but since my entries are all the way to the 1 minute, it means that when I'm actually getting ready to pull the trigger, I'm actually watching the 1 minute chart. I can only watch a limited number of 1 minute chart at the same time. And 2 is a handful. And my trades come from the 1 minute, 2, the 3, the 5. So I have from EU 5 charts that can trigger a trade, 4, and GU 4 as well. You can understand 8 pair. That's it. Anyways, the point I'm making is focusing on less sometimes is much, much better. It's a saying, right? A lot of people, you may have heard them say, less is more. Well, in this case, this is absolutely true. All right. You were going to say, sorry, Josh, you were going to say...
Yeah. No, my interest was just sort of around, if you're holding a trade into the weekend, is there anything that you do in your approach going into the next week? What does that look like? Is it very much the trade's the trade, or do you... I'm just keen to learn sort of a bit more about how that works for you, because obviously it's a new trading week, potentially new conditions that we're entering into. What does that look like for you? I'm just keen to learn a bit more about that.
Sure, no problem. The same concept that I use them on all time frames, because the concepts are universal. Doesn't matter if I'm on the 15-second, on the 10-minute chart, or even the weekly chart. As we all know, the market is fractal, right? It has that fractal nature to it. So I would use the same concept to gauge the probabilities of, is it worth it to hold this position open, yes or no. Obviously, you have the weekend gap risk you need to worry about. If your stop loss is very near at the end of the week, you're better off just taking it off, because if it gaps 50 pips, the same issue with NFP or any high impact news, you can get slipped, because if the market is closed, you can't blame anyone for your stop not being executed of where you want it, because it gapped. Right? That's the whole definition of a gap. There's no one there to trade to be your counterparty. So that's one thing. But that's usually if I hold the trade, if it's not intraday, right? If it's in my case, then if I'm considering to hold a trade through the weekend, that means by definition that it's not an intraday, because intraday I will be looking for an exit at the end of the day. But that also means that I already am in a lot of profit, where that weekend gap is not an issue. The same like this one. Imagine it's the end of Friday right here, and I'm considering, do I hold it? Do I close it? Do I take home what I have? Do I just expect for the better for next week? Right? Typically, if I have upgraded it to a swing trade, it's it's very far from my stop loss. Usually, today I'm gonna move my target, my stop into profit. So I won't have any risk on that trade in terms of the original risk. Obviously, I will have the floating profit as risk. But so that's not an issue. Weekend gap is not not a big issue usually. The other thing is as I said, I use the same concept. So I would go to the weekly or to the daily and see if I have any idea. Let's say today is the weekend, right? I mean, today is Friday, and in a couple of hours, we'll have a weekly order block being created. Obviously, when the market closes, that weekly order block becomes a fact, but by then I can't get out anymore. So you'll have to preemptively decide something, right? Preventively trade it. When I see this, and if I don't have this order block yet, let's say this is the only order block I have, one of the things that I'm acutely aware of is the fact that when we create order blocks, we have in the next candle the possibility of testing it. Let me use another other tool. We have that quite realistic possibility of a retest before it continues. That's basically the whole idea that I trade on, right? When I use order blocks. So if I see this, the week is coming in, and I don't have multiple order blocks, and that's not the only thing that I look at, but that's one of the main considerations. And let's say my entry was here. I will ask the chat, would you, knowing what I just explained, that the market comes in the next candle a lot of the times, comes back to retest to continue, would you leave the trade open for the weekend? I will not wait a full 2 minutes for the response. I will respond right away. Obviously, that's not a good idea, right? Maybe you can hold it for the weekend, but by Monday morning, I'm going to be very aware to check whether, we can still have continuation, maybe trail my trade. Maybe I'm going to, put my stop much closer. I'm going to be very keen because I don't want this to happen on the next week and I'm holding this trade open, because as you can see, it will stop me out. So, however, if my entry was, let's say, in here, now that's a different proposition altogether, right? Because I can understand that the market can come back to that order block and I'll still be fine. I have that line of defense, that weekly order block defending me. It doesn't mean, it's no guarantee, but this makes sense. So it depends on the market price action and on different, and obviously I'm going to be using the same concepts on multiple time frames, right? Also on the daily, even though it's not as strong as the weekly, it will have some weighing what the daily are saying, what the H4 is exactly right, Maria Foster. It depends where your entry is, right? It depends, right? Because if you had a trade, you caught a very nice breakout, the week comes in, I don't know, man. This looks kind of very, very scary to me. If you're, holding this for multiple days, chances are you have that order block below you. It could easily come back, retest that. Even if it doesn't come all the way to the order block, this is a healthy uptrend. So that's the way that I approach it. My considerations, whether or not I leave the trade open through the weekend or not. Thank you, Maria Foster, for your engagement. We we're very grateful for your presence, by the way. Josh, we have come to the end of our stream. Is there something on the NASDAQ you would like to see? Is this something happened? Did NASDAQ break that range eventually?
So yes, so we've got that continuation to the downside. For me, what I'm potentially looking for is a short. However, the only thing that's sort of a bit in my mind is whether we clear out through 720s first. What I'd like to see is a run just through 720s up into 727s, and then maybe a pullback back into sort of the 710s area, which is the current high of this 5-minute candle. So I'm interested in that as just a quick rejection point. I'm just struggling to sort of see a huge amount of interest, in my opinion. It's just a bit difficult. However, maybe we're just seeing a bit of a range forming on the 1 minute. But
you mentioned a rejection. What exactly are you visualizing that would be rejected? What the range, the previous range?
So I'm looking at this wick here, this 727 or 726. So it'd be a quick break of 723s and reject off the 727 and then come back into where we're currently at. But I feel like we may end up just selling off anyway. I don't think we're going to end up getting to that level. But again, that's just like a quick rejection point for me, where price might have run the high, come back into it. We may still end up continuing higher. But for me, that's quite a nice little trade, because it's a high probability that we will get a rejection off that price. The only thing that concerns me on a trade like that is the stop placement, especially when we've got an increase in volatility, is quite difficult. Because do you put your stop at 43s, or do you want to extend it to it's a bit of a difficult one, and that's opening up a stop too much for me. I usually like to find a trade that isn't going to be more than a 10 to 15 point stop, which is difficult in this volatility. So it's a bit of a difficult one. We'll see what we get, but yeah, it's difficult. I'm still not completely confident in direction yet, and I think that's something that I've got to get through. I've got to be confident in that before I'm really looking to execute and start scalping the market. Because in the back of my mind, I just want that sort of bit more confidence in my trade. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I'm just sort of trying to see what we get, but we're struggling to get through price at the moment.
Before we finish and wrap up the stream, one question, Josh, was this week a typical week for you in terms of trades frequency, or was this a slower week, or what kind of numbers did you see this week for your trading frequency?
Yeah, so I think I've taken 7 trades across the last 3 trading days. So that's typical. Obviously, news heavy week. It's always going to be a factor to play in. Sometimes the volatility is not great. Obviously, I'm not trading tomorrow because I just don't want to be involved in NFP going into a weekend. It's never interested me. So yeah, it's not the typical week in terms of my approach because of NFP and the news releases. But I felt good that when I am executing, I'm not over trading. I'm focused on trying to just get those base hits and restore that emotional capital, come back the next day. But yeah, see, we're seeing what I didn't really want to see was a play into this level on the next candle. Yeah, I'm not sure on that because this is it's difficult. It's a difficult one. I don't know. It's a 20-point stop, which I don't really want to give it. But we may end up coming back into that 710s. It could be quite likely. Let's see what would have happened. But yeah, it's a difficult one. But yeah, I have felt good Monday to Wednesday in my trading. I felt confident, and I felt like despite the news, I've been able to execute at a high level. It has just come down to patience, because we've had the news like 15 minutes, 30 minutes into open. I have found myself having to wait more, past sort of half an hour into the open, which sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll take a trade at 15 minutes into open when I'm green lighted. So I have found myself having to be a bit more patient. So that's been my main takeaway from this week, is just wait and watch the market.
All right, Josh, thank you. Thank you for showing your ideas, your approach, the way you trade, right? The way you make money in the market. Thank you for that. On that note, we have come to the end, sadly, of today's stream, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with you soon. In the meantime, hit the like button if you think this helped you in any way in your trading journey, even if it's help you in other ways. Subscribe to the channel if you're not still yet a subscriber. And I'd like to thank everyone, all those great hosts of today's stream, and especially the viewers. Thank you for being here with us. See you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.